Okay. Okay, I'm gonna call this meeting of the Pagosa Area Water Sanitation District at a regular meeting. Open. First thing we're gonna do is call to order. Bill. Here. Glenn. Here. Gene. Here. Paul. I don't see Paul, but he may be on later. Okay. Is he there?
No, there it is.
There he is. Paul, can you hear us?
No, you're not gonna.
Just haven't been put in.
He's joining now.
Okay. So all
I'm
present.
still in Hawaii
It's in Minnesota.
tomorrow. Not in pretty.
Okay, next is consideration of agenda. Do we have any corrections to the agenda?
Yes, I would like to move the Pagosa Springs Community Development Corporation request and the Habitat for Humanity request to follow public comment.
Do I hear a second?
I'll second.
Motion's been made and second. Any more discussion? If not, all in favor? Aye. Okay. All right, public comment. Approval of minutes, excuse me. I need a motion for approval of minutes as was our last meeting on the 2nd, 15th. Anybody have any corrections?
Just some spelling error.
Okay.
So I move to approve the minutes.
Second? Motion's been made and second. Any more discussion? If not, all in favor? Aye.
This comment that they're beautifully done, about as concise with the references to the actual video.
Yes.
Not going to stop until you can just kind of do a haiku.
I will work on that for you.
Okay, we were gonna do public comment. You had to sign in. We'll give you 3 minutes and we'll move through this. And then people are on the agenda, of course, they'll have opportunity to speak longer. You don't have to, if you're on the agenda, you don't have to speak in public comment. So who wants to be first?
Well, do you want public comment now, any things not on the agenda or things on the agenda?
Not on the
On the
agenda.
agenda.
And your time, 3 minutes.
Right, does anybody have anything that they want to say that's not on the agenda?
Yes. Yes, I want to make a public comment.
Okay.
My name is George Brown. I live here in Pagosa on East Gulf. What I wanted to comment on is the rate fees increase that you raised at the last meeting. Now, I don't believe there was fair notification to, for one thing, the builders and everyone in town that the rates were going to be increased as in public notifications. Now, 10 years ago, I'd gotten in and they said they were going to raise the rates, and I purchased my meter, my tap fees before the rate increase. And this time the rate increase was March 1st, as far as I knew. So I called the PAWS office and they had told me that I could not submit my for a meter and pay my fees before the rate increase supposedly on March 1st. So this is what I got on March 1st or in February. I got called the PAWS office. They said, you cannot submit and you will not get the 2023 rate. So, you know, this is what went on that I don't feel is fair. And as I saw in the newspaper, someone had made a comment, a builder had made a comment that they bid a project, and from what I gathered from their perspective, they weren't allowed to buy the permit before the rate increase also. So I don't know what went on, but this is what I was told. So I'd like an explanation.
Well, yeah, I'd say, because I was here back in 2006-07, that project was a different project. It became the $359 million reservoir project. Ironically.
Well, that was back then. What I want to know is why
Well, you referenced.
why
that-
from, okay, why?
I didn't,
right.
I didn't interrupt you.
Okay, I'm sorry.
So back then, the board decided to grant, basically either with 6 months or 9 months, kind of an amnesty, that if you wanted to buy your tap before the reservoir fee, which was the water resource fee, went in place, you could come in and buy it and pay, which was about $1,200 or $1,300 to have your meter installed. So we did have like 800 or 900 meters installed all over Pagosa that weren't connected to houses, just to get in advance of that project. I'm on this board because it was a preposterous project, a disastrous project, and was completely at discretion of the board. So they were playing politics to try and get the community to accept the project. This was not our project. This was imposed by the state. Regulation 85. We fought for years to try and get out from under it. All of this money that you all gonna pay, 85 making wonderful things in the rest of the state, you're paying $10.5 to $12 million to reduce slightly the nitrogen coming out of Vista, so that when it hits the Stolzheimer in Aspen Springs, it can be mixed with 10 to 12 grandfathered open sewage pipes. It's a total waste of money. It's being imposed on us. We went up to the state, we met with our state senator. He told us that there probably wasn't much chance we were gonna be successful. We then met with the CDPHE, and we kind of learned in the first 30 seconds that we weren't gonna be successful at evading this cost. So what we were able to do is to get them to consider an alternate approach, which is only 50% as expensive. And I did about as much beseeching and outright begging as I could. But that's why I'm paid the big bucks here. And they approved it. So what looks like, these are terrible fees, especially on the sewer side. The water side I can justify, the sewer side I can't. But had we not gotten approval for that alternate oxidation trench, these fees would be $30,000. We have no discretion in this. In fact, as we delay implementation of this by a month or two, we will get grief from the CDPHE that we're not living up to our commitments to fund this project. So it's really not comparable. You know, and you know what, if you call the office, and this will come up later, but if you call the office in August, there's simply no way somebody in the office can do more than take a look at the schedule of fees and tell you what the schedule of fees are. How is she supposed to guess when Glenn goes up to Denver, he's gonna get a good reception from the CDPHE, or he's gonna get a frosty reception? When he gets the frosty reception and asks for the 50% discount, will he get that or won't he get that? And when it comes down here and we start a rate study, what will the rate study produce? And when the rate study comes back, will the board decide to break it 50-50, 90-10, 10-90? You can't expect somebody sitting in office and office just done to make those guesses. You know, it's a terrible situation, but, and if you need to find somebody blame me, it's fine, but I think we went over this at the last meeting, that we don't have many options.
So on March 1st, the fees went into effect, correct? Or are they retroactive or what?
Well, typically what we do is we have fees for each year, right? And for the last few years, in fact, since I've been on the board, we've managed to pay down debt and to increase the fees by the rate of inflation. Well, we can't do that now. And so what we typically do is the 23 building season pays the 23 fees, the 24 building season pays the 24 fees. Typically, those fees would have come out about a month earlier, but because of noticing requirements and having to, you know, we missed the noticing requirements by a couple of days, we had to push it off by a month. So it's never been the case in PAWS that you paid the previous year's fees. You never walked in January 2nd and said, give me last year's fees. It was always, well, the board's gonna be meeting in late January and establishing this building season's fees.
I was just gonna listen in on this meeting.
You know, that's,
There's several things I was gonna talk to him about last night, but that other guy broke down here with us, so I didn't bring up much of it.
and right now, if you were to call, like, it's September, or say that this June, you call the office, and unfortunately, you're not gonna hear $1,187 or whatever we have the lowest fees in the state until the state hit us with 85. And the office is going to tell you $15,600. Plus perhaps a affordable housing surcharge. But there's no guarantee. I mean, we're very confident that this oxidation trench is gonna get our nitrogen down. But if it doesn't, then we're gonna be back under their thumb, and they're gonna say, you got to invest another $10 million. And people are, and then next year's fees will be $26,000 or $28,000, and people will say, well, when I called you in July, you said it was 16. Well, we didn't know that they were gonna ultimately say our oxidation trench doesn't work well enough. And we have to invest another $10 million into this. It's a pretty grim situation.
Yeah, well, for builders,
I-
in particular, for builders who bid projects already, and then they're told that they've got to pay another $10,000 for
I get it,
however number of many homes.
but there's really not a dollar of discretion, you know. I mean, that's competitive. There's always a few dollars of discretion, but it's very thin. And so if we did, I mean, we could do a 6-month grandfather, and that would mean the next person who comes out with 6 months is just gonna have to pay not 15.6, but 18.6. Is that fair to them? I mean, it's just spreading pain. That's all we're doing, is spreading pain. So,
And one of the things we talked about, I think at our last meeting too, and as I recall, most of the builders in the area have in their contract something like, if there is a hurricane in Florida and the price of OSB quadruples, you know, the people can't expect you to hold that price when everything else increases. So again, it's a bad situation, but we don't have any discretion
on what we learned from
we're under a
one.
double on funds right now.
That's right. So let's hear the mirrors to that.
Yes,
A question, what is your level of confidence that this is gonna resolve the problem?
The sewer problem?
Engineers
Yeah.
are pretty confident it's gonna work.
Okay, so we're not gonna have to go back and retrofit again.
We hope not.
and some of those costs would be additive to what we're doing, so it wouldn't be like this is, you know, a dead end, and we have to back up and, you know, so, but it might be additional, you know, so it's.
yes, sir.
Yeah, I just have I'm also a builder and, most of the homes I've built here in Pagosa have been on the lower end, kind of trying to keep housing costs lower. And, so like, you know, costs of lots have gone up a fair amount since I moved here, but, when it comes down to like, you know, a proposition like this where it's, you know, basically tripled, over a year's period, in just tap fees, especially for a lower end house. That's pretty catastrophic in the, like, per square foot cost of a home. Like, you take a 1,500 square foot house and add 30,000, that's $10,000. I mean, $10 a square foot. That you automatically have to tap onto the cost of a home. And when homes are already fairly expensive here, that just, you know, adds a lot. And I guess one of my thoughts, and I mean, it may be stupid, but would be possibly looking at square footages of a home versus like just across the board, you know, $27,000 to tap into a sewer. It's you know, especially like most of these properties have been paying for 40 years for the tap fees and stuff, accessibility fees. And then you go to the just tapping on 10,000 or $10 a square foot to a small house and $15 a square foot. It's like keeps the lower end especially from being affordable. And I guess that's one of my biggest concerns, like with this, that, went to kind of across the board fee. Yeah, it's important to spread it out, but when you're looking at, what somebody can afford versus like, as far as, if they're building a 6,000 square foot house or 1,200 square foot house, it's a big difference.
So a little later in the meeting, we're gonna be discussing waiving fees for workforce and affordable and low income housing. So stick around for that. That should be an interesting
I do
conversation.
understand, that the workforce housing is in there, and that's like pretty low, and I mean, that's very low income. But I'm also kind of talking to just people that, are wanting to get into a $500,000 house, which is kind of the low end of Pagosa right now. If not workforce housing, if not, they probably still can't afford a mortgage at $60,000 for a $500,000 house, $66,000 a year for a $500,000 house, but it still kind of pushes a lot of the lower end homes, basically it forces, as a builder, forces me to have to build at, $530,000 instead of $500,000. And so it just automatically pushes the cost up, so that's all I was.
So can I get your name, please?
It's Jonathan Eason.
Oh,
Thank you.
And don't get that, I mean, a lot, as you stay for the meeting, just the size of the sums involved, that turned this into kind of an institutional question with a lot of institutional answers. And the sort of independent family entrepreneur who actually, built Old Pagosa really struggles to find a place. And even if we do some pretty aggressive remedies, a lot of that falls through the cracks. So
Okay, let's move on, please. All right, Emily, less a consideration of Pagosa Springs Community Development Corporation request.
Good afternoon, directors. Thank you so much for allowing me this time to present to you today. Thank you. Thank you. A lot of what I get to share with you today, I'm going to really appreciate in our project. So as you know, the Pagosa Springs Community Development Corporation was donated some lots by the county to create a workforce housing program. We created a full circle approach. We pulled the banks into this to create some favorable loan products. We're working with major employers to identify the targeted market that's looking to buy a home. We have worked with the town and county to get grant funding to offset the costs of these homes. We have banks partnering on the construction side of the loan, all the way around to having a lottery process for these people and also getting them into home ownership in a product that they can afford. So our objective is over the next 4 years is to build 4 houses. We're going to complete 10 homes a year that fall between the 80 to 100% AMI. This is very challenging to do. The AMI is limited due to the grant funding that we are going after. Our original intent was to build from 80 to 120, but I can't access grant funding and it's not affordable to build without the grant funding. So we're trying to get the price down between the 80 to 100% AMI. So what we have come across is that we are building 8 2-bedrooms, 2-bath, 1-car garage at the 80% AMI, and we are building 2 3-bedroom, 2-bath at the 100% AMI. That's what we are proposing this year. I would like to modify my request tonight, but I'll get to that when I get a little bit closer. So how did we come up with this? Next slide, please. We did our own housing needs assessment. We sent a survey out to our top 5 employers, the county, the town, Archuleta School District, Pagosa Springs Medical Center, and the Springs Resort. These are our top 5 employers. They employ the most amount of people. We had an outstanding response with 261 people taking this survey. I'm going to share a couple of these results with you, and it will show you the why we need to build these houses. Next slide, please. The average age is 30 to 40 years old. This is our service class that we need in this community. Teachers, nurses, EMTs, firefighters, those type of people. Next slide, please. How many members are in your household? 2 was the top answer out of all 261 total. Next slide, please. Are your current housing costs affordable? 42% of 261 said no, which means they are paying more than a third of their pay for housing. That's not surprising for where we live. Next slide, please. Does the lack of affordable housing restrict your employment opportunities? 49% people said yes. I can't change my job because of where I live. I can't advance my job or change jobs because of the cost of housing. If you rent and you want to buy, the next slide, please. When are you looking to buy? In the next 3 years, 109 people responded that they want to buy a house. In 2024, I have 43 buyers for 10 houses that want affordable housing. I want to give you a really clear example of how an 80% AMI, how tough it is to live here. Next slide, please. So 80% AMI, this is a 2-person household. This is the CHAPA number that qualifies for a 2-person household. The total income is $66,560. You take into consideration, that's a gross, CHAPA fixed the AMI level on your gross income. Take out your payroll taxes, because the average median is so low, we only figured 18%. I'm not sure that that is actually achievable, but that's the number we put in here. We hypothetically said these people have 1 car payment, the other car is probably already paid off. Both people are working, and that's how they hit that dual income. Car insurance, $255, groceries, $600 a month. That could include maybe an out to dinner time. Gas for both cars, $400 a month. Utilities, this is gas, electric, water, sewer, probably $300. We did an average costing. And then their availability for a principal, interest, taxes, and insurance. Amount of money is $1,849 a month. This leaves them $580 a month. Things that are not included in there are health insurance, cell phone, prescriptions, cable TV, or internet. And the reason I picked these things is because you get to choose whether you have these or not. You don't get to choose whether you have these things. So at this point, we're hearing some of our people at poverty have to choose between health care and putting food on their table. Some of them have to choose between prescriptions and putting food on their table. Many people in poverty or 80% AMI do not have cable or internet or one or the other. And they choose to keep their cell phone going because it's their only sense of communication. Let me tell you how we got here. Next slide, please. You can see how unaffordable it is to live at 80% AMI. We have the perfect recipe for an all-time housing crisis. 11.4 for poverty rate. We have staffing shortages to the magnitude that the hospital had to close the 2nd floor for a long period of time. Restaurants closed 2, sometimes 3 days a week due to staffing shortages. We have a fire chief living in a fifth wheel on Putt Hill with his wife and 2 children because he can't find an affordable place to live. We have limited employment due to housing costs. We have been declared the most expensive place to live in all of Southwest Colorado by Region 9. They also identified that we currently are 229 units short for our current demand. That's not including any employees that our hospital needs to recruit, the school district, anybody. This is what we currently have here that are living with family or bunking somewhere else or need their own place to live. Our average, our AMI is lower than the average in this area in all of Region 9 at 62.5 in 2023. That number has adjusted just at the beginning of March to the 66 or 63 something. I'm sorry. I don't want to misquote myself. The average median list price on 229, which was just a couple weeks ago, was $775,000. That's for sale homes. We have 0 single-family affordable housing for home ownership in Pagosa Springs right now. Next slide, please. This was a community problem, and we were asked by our municipalities to help solve the workforce housing problem. So the county donated 45 lots. It started out at 6, and as the lots cleared 2 cycles of the auction and didn't even bring a minimum bid, they decided to make our project a bigger project and have a bigger impact. The county applied for a $1.9 million infrastructure grant. What this grant is designed to do is work for Habitat for Humanity and PSCDC. We originally wanted to apply to do infrastructure improvements to take down the costs of our house. But instead of just serving ourselves, we decided to apply for enough funding that will cover all of Chris Mountain 2 and all of Trails. We were awarded this grant funding on the 29th of February. So what the infrastructure will do is perfect all the roads. It will put fiber in all over that development, and it will put electric where all it needs to go, all over both sides of the development. This in turn will open up an additional 105 lots in Chris Mountain 2 and Trails to affordably be built that will result in a total of $6.5 million of tap fees for POSD. The county also contributed to $30,000 for pre-development funds. We collaborated with the town on a Stronger Community grant that we also just got awarded. This is to put a housing coordinator in the community to help develop more affordable housing, and also to work with every developer to try to factor in some units of affordable housing and also to opt into funding from the Prop 123 that was passed. Next slide, please. The town's partnership was the Stronger Communities grant. They applied for that and we just got awarded that. And they both partnered on a local capacity grant. This is going to, so that one is funding the housing coordinator. The Stronger Communities does a housing needs assessment that actually the town and county will own, but all developers can access. Anybody going after Prop 123 will have to have this housing needs assessment to be able to get any funding. Both the town and the county opted in to Prop 123, which opens all of that funding up to any for-profit developer, not-for-profit developer, anyone working on housing. Next slide, please. The community has really come together and we're all rowing in the same direction. When I was here last month, when you were talking about raising the fees, I believe one of you all said to me, you know, if everyone else is cooperating on this project, we're willing to do our fair share. So I wanted to bring to you and show you what everyone else is doing. The More Housing Now for $1.9 million has been awarded. This project will significantly impact the affordable housing. My mouth is dry. It is also the fastest way for us to increase affordable housing because most of the infrastructure is where it needs to be. And with this grant, it's all going to be where it needs to be, and it drives down the price of the house. The county planning department has agreed to waive all permitting fees. PLPOA has also agreed to waive all permitting fees. The Wyndham Bankruptcy Fund will extend our electric, and the grant will extend the electric where we need it to go. And subcontractors have agreed to provide a steep discount. The next slide, please. All of these people, including Pause D, as they have contributed to Habitat for Humanity, are working with us to make this project work. So this is a slide that hosts people that have done a lot of support work for Habitat and those who are supporting this project here today that I'm bringing to you for affordable housing. What is our commitment to Pause D? Next slide, please. We will continue to work and look for funding for the needs that we have as a community. This is not just a Pause D problem. This is a complete community problem. And we're willing to come to the table and partner and help you reach out to who we need to support grant applications that you're putting in, help you identify funding that can help offset the costs of the builds that you are required to do by the state. We will follow through with the infrastructure improvements and open up that availability for some more affordable housing. The additional 105 lots are not counted in the 55 units that Habitat and I are building out there over the next couple of years. We would be delighted to include Pause D employees in this project and be able to provide affordable housing for them. And we need your help to be an essential partner. We need to employ more teachers. We need a new home for the fire chief. We will actively promote Pause D's participation to make sure the community knows that you support affordable workforce housing and that you are a partner. I handed you a document about unintended consequences if we cannot reduce the fees from what the new fee structure is going to be. This is a fact document, and I'm sorry you don't have it up here. It's because I have only found this out since I turned in this presentation, as I spent 6 hours on the phone yesterday with the Department of Housing. These are facts. Currently, our total build of 2-bedroom, 2-bath, 1-car garage costs us, and this includes our loan fees, everything in one package, $378,000. That actually hits 125% AMI. Tomorrow, I am applying for $890,000, which is equivalent to $89,000 per house to reduce the cost for a final construction mortgage of $289,000. That is under 100% AMI. This is the only way I can get here. I have leveraged everything we can. We are working with every entity we can to try to get these houses into the market. These houses will count towards the county's Prop 123 goal that they committed, which is 43 houses over the next 3 years. We have applied for every grant possible to assist with the cost of this to get the houses into 80 to 120 AMI. The unintended consequences that you could have never foreseen in the choice of having, or the not choice of having to raise your fees, is if the CDC does not get any reduction in the fees and we have to pay the $25,000 per household, it moves our price of the home into 150 AMI. It knocks me out of the availability to apply for the Prop 123 funds of $890,000, which is $89,000 per household. In a result to that, it will not be possible for us to achieve the affordable housing goal of 80 to 100% AMI that is required for the More Housing Now. Part of the agreement on the infrastructure grant is that Habitat and I, and this was the pitch we gave them, will provide 50 units over the next 4 years of affordability in this entire area of this development. So it would put our $1.9 million grant at risk because we cannot promise that we can build that AMI level that we promised when we were awarded the grant. It will remove 10 homes from the county Prop 123 of the 43 homes that they have, and it will result in a loss of $2.7 million in grant funding towards workforce housing. So what is the CDC asking from you? I would like to give you a couple options, and I'd like to come to a great solution so that we can move forward on this project. I originally wanted to come and ask to waive all 40 houses, but that's not my request here today. Let's talk about this year's build of 10 houses, because there's more grant funding I can apply for that I might be able to address this next year. And I don't know what I don't know. So I'd like to modify my request to talk about 10 houses for this year. What I'd like to ask is that you waive the fees, as everyone else has done, for these 10 houses this year. We will address the rest of the 40 houses in the coming years as we get to them. Or I would ask you to grandfather me in on
And the reason being for that is we're trying to get
the schedule and
so many times
project pencil pay the
that
2023.
one's way out in the area by where Omega is, you know, and they're coming a long ways, and so we're kind of on the tail end of the list. But we're trying to get someone who's more local to our area. So if you can search for, you know, other bids around, you know, our area would be really nice.
With the homeowner, and this isn't something that Pause D would have to do. It's something that the housing authority or the housing corporation will do. So please don't worry about that piece, because it's required for us to be income qualified. It has to be owner occupied. It can never become a short-term rental, and the person has to work in Archuleta County. Only upon approval are they income restricted. So if they get a raise and they fall outside that, they just, when they go to sell the house, they'll have to sell the house to someone in that 80 to 120 AMI. So the deed restrictions are very straightforward. They're very solid. This will be deed restricted for 33 years. This will keep the inventory in the market for 33 years. I also want you to know that the CDC isn't making any money on this. We are not a developer. We have taken this project on for the town and the county. We just have the need for our workforce to have an affordable place to live. And we've heard it from all of our major employers. I would be happy to answer any questions for you. Please help me bring affordable housing to your employees and keep them here.
Well, can I ask you a set of questions?
Anything you want.
And this is coming from a supporter, an admirer of what you've done, because I have to apologize at the last meeting. Kind of scoffed at, I didn't scoff, but it was a little dismissive, because I had seen your presentation up at the more of the missing middle market, which is not my particular focus. And I think I may be on tape as saying, well, Emily's gonna be here, but she's not really gonna bring anything. That's gonna, well, you brought a lot, so thanks for that. But I do have some questions, and I'd like to also pass the idea that everybody's pitching. I want to also preface it by saying a pat pause on the back. It wasn't really our intention in 2008, 2007 to put in, at that time, $2 million of infrastructure there. we were in the go-go growth phase and we wanted to punch up our numbers so we could get dry culture approval. That's what it was all about. But we did put it in, and then the market crashed and the developer didn't put in electricity. We did get paid $1 million, but that infrastructure, we wouldn't even be discussing Chris Mountain if we had to put in the water and wastewater infrastructure today. It'd be $7 or $8 million.
Yeah.
So, we also, and there's no good guys or bad guys, or, we lost about $1 million of accumulated taxes and fees went through the county, treasurer deed process. And the fact that, all of that investment might wind up being worthwhile is actually encouraging. It's a sunk cost. So I'm not saying we've already made our contribution to, because that's not my approach. I'm kind of encouraged that we might be able to put it to a good use. So here are my concerns though. I understand this. You want to build homes, you don't want to do great surveys. So maybe when you want to do your survey, you did the biggest and easiest one you could. But sometimes when you do a survey, that indicates what your market's going to be. And this could look like a government funded program for government employees, because right now, there are no cooks in here, there are no waitresses in here, there are no construction workers in here. These are we have construction workers, but you know what I mean. It's mostly government and the most significant destination resort. So I just want, when I look, then I'm encouraged though, because you're really hitting on the 2 income aspect of qualifying, which would open up these homes for people that work in hospitality and in restaurants and in bars and in construction. So just want to guarantee that we're not just, it's easy to fall into a people like us view of this. And when the fire district chief is kind of highlighted, I'm sure that that's a particular challenge, but unless he bargained way down from what Randy was being paid, we have a lot of people in much worse condition
Absolutely.
than the fire chief.
I completely agree with you. I completely agree with the need that we do have wait staff, we do have cooks,
Right.
we do have, but we don't have a product that they can afford. And actually with this grant funding of the $890,000, to bring that house down to 289, you haven't seen a price like that in this community in a really long time for a quality stick-built house that is in the PLPOA.
Yeah, I just want to make sure that when, I understand you want a quick survey, but this is not the population that we're gonna limit.
No, the needs
houses.
assessment will
Yeah.
actually fill that need, except for that needs assessment is really, really expensive.
Right.
And so we had to go after a grant, we got that needs assessment, the RFP is currently being written. This is a partnership between the county, the town, and the CDC, so we can all use that needs assessment, and that'll be a public document. If you all want to use it to base off, what the need is for workforce housing, this is a public document, and you'll be able to, get access to it.
Right, and then on everyone pitching in. So we're gonna pitch in, my hope is to pitch in $25,600 per unit, okay? I don't see anybody, and I understand however it plays out, we're gonna pitch in more than anyone else. But, if the county gave all of you, if we're really committed to Chris Mountain, and we want Chris Mountain to be a game changer. Well, if the county, say, gave your average 400 and probably will be assessed 450,000 sooner or later. If they gave you a 15-year tax break, that would probably be about $6,000 or $7,000. We're giving 26. The fire district, I remember 2017, the fire district was a struggling district with $1 million of revenue. Now, mill levy has gone from 3 and change to 8.33, and next year we'll probably have $6 million of revenue. To what extent can they give these homes a 10 or 15-year tax break? That would bring it down another $7,000 or $8,000. Yeah, and we're 26. I don't see why other people can't be 7 or 6. That's not a deal breaker for me, but I think it's a deal maker for a lot of
I
people.
think it's
I'm
another,
the easiest touch here. but-
it's another access point for
Yeah.
us to try to keep the cost down for the
Yeah.
homeowner. So thank you for that. I'll look into that option and try to beat the pavement and get that tax incentive also. I know the county had talked about a tax incentive.
Right.
I would be happy to revisit that. I really want to make this project work. And how can I do that? Leveraging and working together in this community, all rowing in the same direction to make this project work.
Yeah, so now, I'll just finish and then I'll listen, if I promise, I'll just, it's hard to believe with me, but, like the forecast of the amount of fees we could get from Chris Mountain is kind of, there are 2 opportunities there. One is to receive fees, the other is that you're successful, you build on the success, and if Chris Mountain is the place this community wants to change the game, we want more of those lots to actually become workforce housing. So that would mean fewer fees for us, but I'm not just in it for fees, so, typically that area would build out, even after you're 50, 1/3 your homes and habitat, 1/3 market homes, and 1/3 would never be built on. And people would move up there and buy 2 or 3 lots, and they would consolidate the lots. And they would build a $2 million house, and they would enjoy that $8 million of PAWS infrastructure without ever paying a penny. So is there a chance to get more lots dedicated to workforce housing? Is there a chance that the county would give us the assurance that there can be no more treasurer's deeds happening up there? Could we have a moratorium in a specific area on lot consolidations, so we know we're gonna have these buildable lots for workforce housing? I know you don't have the answers, I'm just saying.
No,
these
those
are
are
my
great
concerns.
ideas, so they're great ideas.
And the other is, I mean, you're kind of bringing the rain, right? And other people are gonna reap the crop on the other 100. Is there any,
That's the hard part, and Dole asked us the same question, like, if we're gonna give you this infrastructure fund, then it's gonna make your 55 houses more affordable, because if we didn't get this fund, then we'd have to put them out, or the roads in and the electric in along Martinez Canyon, where we've been donated lots. You've seen the road conditions out
but you
there,
know, the
it's
whole
a
thing's
rabbit
up
trail.
there. They started out as $80,000-$90,000 double lots. Everyone bought double lots. Some people pretty quickly flipped them for 100, 110. Developer went bust, country went bust, worthless. But now there's people holding those lots who invested in them, very little. And you're gonna bring the infrastructure and make them worthwhile. And they're just gonna cream off windfall profits.
I
So-
absolutely have no ability to de-restrict
Okay.
properties that we don't own or the county doesn't own. We've gone all the way down legal here.
All right.
We can incentivize them, though, to build affordable housing.
Right.
We can offer incentives, we can offer modifications. We also are talking about attaching a fee to the electric meter installation that will go back into a affordable housing fund that the county already has set up. So any new house that is not an affordable house would have that fee assessed and the fund get built back at the county to assist in more affordable housing. As for any of the other ideas you brought forward with the county, I need to leave that to one of the county officials
Sure.
to speak to.
I'm just saying, I don't know where we're gonna go. My hope is that we're gonna go 80, and we're gonna focus on 80 AMI and below. But we will consider 80 to 100 for unique projects that bring in really broad community involvement. And pencil out for pause, that actually, one thing that you don't mention, but I'll mention for you, you put 100 workforce homes up in Chris Mountain. They're built in Chris Mountain, and I'm figuring them at 450,000, but they'll probably appreciate, and I don't know. Anyway, let's just say 450,000. All of those homes are gonna, over the next 10 years on average, will be paying $64 a month in sewer fees, and that's our principal worry. we're panicked about sewer. We probably show it, but, if we don't get things started at Chris Mountain and projects like this happen, even though they would be great for the community to happen, the county property downtown, the fairgrounds or mountain crossings or something like that, instead of getting on average $65 a month from each unit, we would have to treat all that waste, our own fault for entering into a facility agreement, for $3 a month. We would collect no property tax. So from 100 workforce housing units that happen up here in Chris Mountain, we would collect $1 million a decade. Same project, if it happened out at Mountain Crossings, we would collect $36,000 a decade. So if that's where this board goes, 80 and below, kind of habitat like tech, you're in. Above that, you got to come to us dynamically and show us numbers like you. I can just say that I'm very impressed and interested. So then I'll shut up.
I got a question. Where'd you come up with 26,000?
Well, all we get is $3 a month per lot when we're treating the town waste. So if you got 100, what are you gonna really collect? That's what you collect over a decade. We just collect almost nothing. Whereas if we're getting, well, just do the math on 64 versus 3. So we're gonna collect 21 times or 2,100% more if we, and the one thing I have to say, and people may, for our sewer district, we have to collect monthly sewer fees, full monthly. If we can give people upfront discounts and get them in their houses, you know, we have to be on the same page as your cell phone. We can't afford to discount that if we're discounting the front end.
I understand.
Yeah, so that's,
It'd be like going to Walmart and asking them not to charge you. I totally understand it.
so and that's where we're, and, you know, in our, like if you build apartment houses, we give developers real EU discounts.
Mhm.
We're not gonna be able to do that on sewer anymore. But like every dwelling unit's gonna have to pay a sewer fee
Yeah.
to get through it, because we're hammering, we're hitting developers for $16,000 and we charged them $1,100 last year. You know, everyone's got to pull together, so.
Right.
Couple of quick easy questions, I
Yes, sir.
think. First of all, I gotta say how lucky, how blessed this community is to have not only the CDC, but the cooperation that's making, not just this housing, but the broadband and everything else happen. Kudos to you guys for that. I'm kind of the history teacher, I guess, on the board. You're looking at a Chaffa home occupant right now from 1978.
Oh.
I think the second person in this county, the second family in this county to get a Chaffa loan on our house. Back in 2011, I think we even had the Paws district manager living in a camper out at Happy Camper. So, you know, these are different times, but
Kind of the same.
similar situations, I guess. My question, first question, I guess, would be, what do you feel your chances of success are on the 1, 2, 3 grant funding? And that's probably not a fair question, but.
It actually is a fair question because after my 6-hour phone call with the Department of Housing, I feel like I have an 85% chance of securing that funding. We strategized, we looked at several different mechanisms. The other thing we had to factor in is the mechanisms that are available. When does the funding come in? And you can't spend any money until the funding comes in. So I have a mechanism that's called a HDG grant that opens up July 1st that could actually provide me more funding. However, it's a very highly competitive grant. It's a state grant. But that funding wouldn't come in until January next year. It won't help me with this project. These houses are to be completed and occupied by the end of December.
And I think Glenn kind of alluded to what I think, you know, there's lots of partners, many of them are in this room. Justin, to confirm, or maybe Glenn, you already did, Oz has already spent 2-point-some million on infrastructure.
2.2.
2.3 million on infrastructure down there. And I was told, Pause also put electricity down there to certain areas because we have 2 sewer pumping stations.
Oh.
Can't run a pumping station unless you have a great big generator.
Right?
So some of that's already been paid for by many of the people in this room. Our
Ratepayers, yes,
customers,
sir.
our ratepayers.
$40,000. About 2
Yeah,
years ago.
at one point in time, there was a guy, I think, across the street from the lift station who wanted us to put electricity in so he could tap onto it for his house, and he threatened to sue us. So I just hope everybody realizes the gravity of the situation that we are in. And that there's been in my opinion, a substantial involvement by Pause that goes back to 2005. Glenn alluded to I'll say the name, Eric Estrada from CHIPS in California. You know, and National Recreational Properties Incorporated. You know, here we are, 10, 15 years ago, picking up that bill.
Well, I think I agree, and I really do appreciate what Pause has previously done that is actually complementing this project so nicely. Because we could not apply for enough money to get the water and the sewer lines there. And for us to only have to ask for 1.9 million to get the rest, to finish what that developer didn't do, that burden isn't on the county, it's not on you all, it's not on the Platte Electric, it's grant funding. Let's not let that go. And let's get that area perfected to where it should have been when that developer was here and perfect that situation. What you have previously done, you did for a reason that didn't include me, but we get to leverage that to make this project pencil. The property, they gave it to us at no cost. So think about, we're building a stick-built house for the 370s. And we have all these subsidies factored in, and that's still as low as we can actually get. That's impossible to build workforce housing. So thank God we have Prop 123 that we can go after, and it takes everything working together in a perfect situation for this to actually work.
And my only point was, I think you were probably aware of it, but I think many people sitting here, maybe some of those on Zoom, weren't aware of Pause's previous work in Chris Mountain too. And there's, I assume everybody has thought about it, especially the builders. It's called Chris Mountain 2 because there's rock there, there's anything to do there, building, cutting the roads for electricity, water and sewer, gas, etc., is going to be a lot more expensive because there's rock, there's blasting, and it's just, we're going the wrong way. We want to go this way, but Mother Nature or whatever.
I can tell you, we found the rock in 6 of the 10 houses we're gonna build, and that drives the cost. So I understand.
Now, your question, you said if we could just give you last year's rates, you could go ahead and do these 10 houses, is that
Yes, sir.
correct?
That would be under the assumption you are successful on the 123 grant.
Yeah, because I can make these pencil without it. I can't make them pencil without it.
So can I, yeah, go ahead.
One final question.
Okay.
When is that grant awarded?
The grant is due on Friday. The award will be announced by, I would say, the 15th of April.
So I just want to make sure that the audience knows that Pause has had a waiver policy from 2020. And it's gone to support the work of Habitat. It's gone to support the building at Rose Mountain.
Right.
And that's been paid for by the customers because we put a surcharge on the bills and the customers have helped build that affordable housing or helped waive those fees. What we're going to be talking about later today is what is the level of housing that we really need in our community. Is it 80%? Is it 100%? Is it 140%? what is the level of housing that we need? And should we adjust the way we waive fees to drive the market in the direction that is most needed? I know you've indicated that some of the housing meets a certain AMI. Actually, from my research, the way they're gonna determine whether this house meets the AMI is you're gonna have a deed restriction. And you can't sell the house to someone unless they meet the AMI.
Absolutely.
So if your deed restriction fits our waiver policy, it's gonna work. But we haven't seen the deed restriction. So ideally, that would have been great to have us have the deed restriction so we could see how you're qualifying these people. We've also talked with the housing authority about qualifying, how do we track these homes to make sure that they're not turning into short-term rentals? They're not turning into second homes. How do we track that? Because we don't want our staff doing that.
So we also, as the CDC, do not have the capacity to do that. Hence the reason that we want to incorporate the housing authority or the Archuleta Housing Corp. We probably will talk with both of them and see who can give us the best rate on fees. And then we'll create a partnership with them, because once we sell the house, we need to build 10 more. So we need to release our responsibility as the CDC, and then it will live with the mechanism that best suits it, that are used to doing that kind of thing. The Housing Corp has already done that. Housing Authority has done that as well. The Housing Corp has 2 deed restrictions on their, I want to say their senior living, that if they left the use the same for 30 years, their note got forgiven and they're coming up on that 30 years. So they have managed that deed restriction really well. So we have experience in this community. We absolutely are going to tie into that. This is not our area of expertise.
And so this is a chart that I've shared with the town and the county. And the orange color, we surveyed 400 workers. They weren't just government workers, but they were a variety of workers. And the orange color are people that are paying 50% of their income for housing. And they are at the low end of our workforce. The people that can afford the houses that you're building are not in the orange. This is the people who are living in their cars, they're living in their RVs. These are the people who are really struggling with housing. So is there a way that we can, this board, can aim our help to the people who are, so you're paying $2,000 for your house, you're making $4,000. How are you going to live on that? So as we discuss this, what I want to do is say, how can we sculpt our help to the community, not necessarily to a certain project. Now, Glenn disagrees with me on this maybe, but not necessarily to a certain project, but to all projects to encourage people to figure out a way to do this. And to serve these people who are serving us at City Market and Walmart and all the people that we surveyed here. And I don't think you're doing a wonderful project, and I want to support it. But I don't think it's the only thing that we need in our community. We need the 200 and something houses, and you're going to be able to do 10 this year, and Jeff's going to be able to do 3. And how do we get a fee structure that encourages a wide range of people to come on board?
I believe that's what our multi-jurisdictional housing coordinator can actually work on. Like, how can we get more of this product even the lower AMI into this area? What are the subsidies we can leverage? That's part of the idea of hiring this person, because somebody needs to dedicate time and energy and resources to that effort. Our capacity is a capacity, the town is, the county is. That's why we partnered on this and said, well, let's hire somebody that can do this. So we will write an RFP that we hire a qualified person that is knowledgeable, and we have funding for a couple of years for this. And then the town and the county have both committed that if we can get this moving and become successful with this regional housing coordinator, they're looking at permanently funding this position. So everybody's working in the same direction. Like I absolutely hear you, Bill. We do have a need. That's part of the reason that we partnered with Habitat, because they can hit below 80% AMI with the subsidies they can get from USDA and all of that. We can't access that because we're just a nonprofit. We're not a Habitat, but they get special concessions and they get, statewide programs that can help them offset the cost, and the USDA loan product that can help. We actually can use that USDA loan product if we have 80% AMI, and we will. But that's part of the beauty of working together. I'm helping them get electric to their houses to help them pencil down in that 60. And I'm helping them to perfect the roads where we have houses across the street from each other. I want you to know the county donated them some lots too, and we were very thoughtful. And we factored in social equity when we divided up all those lots. So we did not segregate our workforce. We integrated with low income workforce vacant lots, low income workforce vacant lots.
So there are 3 houses will help you.
Yes. Yes, and they actually will go towards our More Housing Now commitment.
That brings up another question for me. So Habitat works with USDA and they have a 1% interest rate. When I went on the USDA website, pardon? Well,
It's true, yes.
1% interest rate. So I went on the website and I looked that up, and I put in my information and I said, what kind of house can I afford through a USDA loan if I'm making $60,000? And I could afford a $500,000 house through USDA with their loan product. Now, I know you've been working with local banks. I don't think you're able to find a 1% loan with any of the banks in town.
No.
And so I'm curious if you're going to go that direction. USDA is available to nonprofits, to private builders. I mean, I think it's available widely.
To the
If
80%
you can do the 80% AMI.
So our first 8 houses, if they need to use that USDA, we're gonna get them in there.
Okay, that's what I wanted to hear.
Yes, absolutely. We're gonna use any mechanism we have to. So the Homes Fund
I
has
didn't know if you were tied into using the local banks.
at all. I'm
Okay.
tied into getting homeowners in the home. However, we have to do it. If it's through a USDA loan, if it's through the Homes Fund who has the down payment assistance, I do have a bank who's offering a 95 or 97% financing package and first-time home buyer packages with no money down. So everybody's coming to the table with a created product. We're just gonna have to fit piece by piece on what works for each homeowner and how can we get them into these houses. We have to leverage everything. It's not a one solution fits all. It can't be, because everybody's story isn't the same. Their credit isn't the same. Their debt to income isn't the same.
Have you got the builders lined up that could do this?
We do. And I'm on the final draft of our construction contract. We've already cleared our permit at the PLPOA, and our permit is in at the county for a building permit. I think it went in today or tomorrow. So we'll be getting our building permit. Our goal is to start digging at the 1st of April and have those houses completed by December for move-in. We plan to run a lottery process. We are getting ready to release our pre-application link that we will share far and wide for anybody who would like to get into one of these homes. In there, we will have the deed restrictions so that they know exactly what they're signing up for. And then they just have to income qualify, then we will get them to the banking product that best fits for them.
Paul, you got any questions?
Can you guys hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay. I built my first house over there in Trails 25 years ago. And that whole area back there behind Trails and Chris Mountain 2 has just been sitting there. And everybody seems to be pointing their finger at each other saying, well, it's your responsibility. No, it's your responsibility. So it absolutely thrills me that you are going in there and doing something with that property. It's just been sitting there. What a perfect project for this, and you have my support. Just say.
Thank you, sir.
I have to say that even though, again, I think I'm the easiest touch here, you're 40, but that's just legally, that would require a multi-year development agreement. Whereas asking for 10, we would be concerned, or at least interested in what the 80-100 mix would be in year 2, 3, 4. We don't have to worry about that today. If we pass an 80 and below, you're already getting 8 out of 10. So it's a question of, is your project, does it bring more to the table than most other projects bring? And boy, it's hard to say no. I don't know many other projects that have done the legwork and the buttonholing to organize millions of dollars to install infrastructure to open up an entire area of the county. So I think it's easy on the 10. Now, again, you want to work quick, but we need documentation. We need to know that they're at 80 and the 2 are at 100. And it would be nice to, nobody has to make decisions here, but if we started to hear that, yeah, the counties, we think Glenn's kind of a knucklehead at times, but we thought that idea about, pitching in with some targeted property tax and the fire district might say, yeah, we are a little bit flush and we would like, I'm not as concerned about the fire chief, honestly. I wouldn't know.
Either, I just feel.
But the average firefighter makes 42 grand a year and they have 17 of them. I'm very concerned about them. So I know you're busy, but if you could touch base with them and see if that's something that might work for the next 30. And then I just wanted I know the county has a complicated process to make these available to you. Does the county have more lots there that they could build on the success, and it could wind up being 70 or 80 workforce housing units and maybe 40 or 50 market units?
Can I defer to the county?
Yeah, I don't want to put them on the spot. I'm just throwing out ideas. And I know I speak for my board too much sometimes, and more proven professional people don't do that. So I respect that. So I'm just putting the ideas out.
And just a quick thought, I think you said you want to hit the ground running April 1. Is that kind of putting the cart before the horse? If you don't get the grant or notice of the success on the grant, which we all hope you get on April 15th, is that 2 weeks early?
No,
You're pretty confident.
without one hesitational doubt, sir. I really had a great meeting with the head of DOLA, with my regional director. This is where they sent me. They don't send me somewhere if they're going to set me up to fail. They already have funded the infrastructure. They already have funded the stronger communities. They already funded the local capacity grant. They know this project. The state is supporting it. They're not going to shut it down by not granting that funding.
Now, can you follow up with them and say, we got really good reception of pause? Some ideas were thrown out from guy, idea percentage is 10%, but they were actually okay. And the county followed up And they're supporting with this, and the fire district is supporting this. Does that help you with this grant, just on the edges, that they know that everyone's lining up?
It's due tomorrow.
Okay.
I don't have enough time to line it up.
You better go home.
It's due tomorrow. I don't have enough time to line that up, but don't think that fell on deaf ears, because I love that idea. It's going to help the homeowner. It's gonna help get this housing in the market. Why shouldn't we all just work together?
I really think that designated into this special place that we're focusing on energies. And if we can just, no lot consolidations, because that will provide, more lots, whatever the percentage is for workforce.
I actually had the opportunity, Lancer Court, there are 4 lots that we're building this year. One of them is too skinny to build a house on. We have to ask for a setback variance from PLPOA. We did not consolidate the lot. We're gonna make this work. We just have to tweak the back end a little bit so that we can hit that variance that we have to hit. That's how creative we're getting. Our goal is numbers, not reduce the numbers by consolidating lots. I actually have 4 lots in another area that were all one and they were separated. There are 4 lots. I have an electric line going right through the middle. They were 2 lots and now they're 4 lots. We won't put them back. Grant funding from More Housing Now will actually pay to move that electric line for us. So we don't have to consolidate those properties. We can leave them all 4 separate.
And we can't pay for any of this infrastructure.
I'm not asking.
No, I'm saying we can't pay for it. I'm not personally against wealthy people coming and buying lots and building $1 million houses and paying our fees and also paying our rates, which also contribute to capital because they double pay. But I'm just saying maybe Chris Mountain is a place where we really pull together and try and get as much done as we can. And we got a lot of other lots where you can build $1 million houses. You're well coming in.
All over the county.
Yeah.
And I don't want to build those.
Yeah.
I'm not a builder, in case you didn't know.
Let's
Okay.
move on to the next resolution.
Well, real quick, we did have, Derek wanted to speak on this.
Thank you very much for your time. Thank you for your good questions and allowing me to elaborate and give you more of the program and what it is. And my door and my phone is open and on all the time. Please feel free to reach out if you have any other questions or good ideas to help this work.
Yes. And I'm sorry.
Good evening. Excellent. My name is Derek Woodman. I'm the county manager, 398 Lewis Street. So I've got a letter from Rick Holt, superintendent of the Archuleta School District. I'm going to read this on his behalf, and it's in support of the CDC. And then I do want to touch on a couple of your questions that I can specifically answer about county. If you got a question, go for it.
Well, Rick sent that to us. We may have all read it.
Oh.
I don't know it.
Okay, I was just asked to do it, so
Yeah,
I was unaware of that.
but maybe the public wants to hear it. I don't know. If the public wants to hear it, that's fine.
I can read it.
Yeah.
So, good evening, Pause Board of Directors. Like I said, Rick Holt, Superintendent, Archuleta School District. I'm writing in support of the Workforce Housing Project being presented by Emily Lasper, Executive Director of the Pagosa Springs Community Development Corporation. The CDC has shown incredible vision and initiative, bringing forward an essential project for our community. Without visionaries like CDC, the Archuleta School District will continue to struggle to hire the staff critical to supporting the needs of our students. It takes thoughtful coordination and willing participation of public and private resources to make workforce housing project a reality. I am requesting that PAWS engage in this project as a valuable member and keep cap fees at a reasonable rate so that the much needed workforce housing project can continue. Affordable housing is essential to the well-being of our staff and will allow us to retain and recruit quality individuals for our students deserve. Rick Holt, Superintendent, Archuleta School District. So Thank you very much. A couple of things that I just wanted to touch on that were brought up, questions about the county's contributions and whatnot. So there is 5 additional lots that is in process for the tax liens presently that have already been committed to the CDC. And don't quote me exactly on this number, but I believe there's an additional 7, and then that's it. We're presently done. So those will be going into process later on in the year. And without question, I'm pretty confident to say that the county would commit those to workforce housing with the same commitments and restrictions, deed restrictions that would go along with the others. You know, it's really difficult, as Emily said earlier, it's difficult to do deed restrictions on property that we don't own. So that's hard. As far as the county's contribution, yes, the county has already committed to this project, a waiver of the county's portion of the property tax. We have, as she stated, we have already committed to waiving all of the building permit and planning fees. And the third one would be, we do have funding available in addition to the grant funding that will support bringing electricity across the lot. And it's $2,300 per lot that it crosses, that gets it into. So the county is committed to it. We are absolutely committed to this project. Everything that I have just stated, that is also a commitment to any developer that wants to go in. We're doing it with Habitat for Humanity. And if we have a private developer that wants to go in and do workforce housing, those commitments would also be in place as well.
I mean, could you take a hard look at 15, something of that? I mean, because we're kicking in 26 grand. This is, and we're trying to make this as affordable and as many units in the 80 and 90 range as we can get. And just, again, it's your budget. I'm not asking, but could you just take a hard look and
doing what? I'm sorry.
add a nice extensive property tax break for this specific.
It's 100%.
But I mean years, as far as years.
Oh, well, it's repetitive.
Okay.
So it starts out at 5 and they do, the individual, the homeowner at this point does have to reapply.
Okay.
But rest assured, I'm pretty confident to say that the commissioners, because, and I can't, obviously, I can't speak for commissioners in the future, but I know the current group of commissioners, all 3 are here. And they will absolutely move forward. They've already, you know, we have a few that are in process presently that are receiving the property tax incentive. And I'm pretty confident to say in the future they'll continue with that.
And I think, again, hitting it with a third time, but we've encountered a lot, which is the lot consolidations. And I'm also wondering, like, you have smart planners and smart planning department, and there are ways to structure Chris Mountain. I know it's in POPO, so that's a whole nother complication with planning rules and lots that you could at least incline a lot of the development up there to be, you know, even if it's not in the 80 to 20, it's in that missing middle, at 120 by 130, and not the consolidations in the 300, that kind of stuff. Just, I'm an idiot on that stuff, but I'm impressed. I'm impressed when planners want a certain result. They have lots of tools. So I'm just wondering if those could be used up in Chris Mountain. So that's, thank you very much.
Absolutely. Anything else?
Anything else?
Sounds good. Thank you.
Thank you, Barry. Okay, what, do y'all want to make a decision now, the board?
No,
No,
we
we
have
don't.
another presentation of it.
Are they up? You ready?
Yeah, I'm
We have
ready.
Leah.
Good evening. I only made a couple of hard copies. Anybody prefer?
You got it on the. Yes. It's in our.
Okay. You guys will see them.
It's like, I'm sure you know, it's our house. Take it away. See you, Sharon. All right, now we're ready. Now put it
All
up.
right. Hi, everyone. My name is Leah Ballard. I'm the Executive Director of Habitat for Humanity of Archuleta County. And I came to do our same presentation we do for PAWS year after year to ask for your support. In 2022, we decided to triple our historical build capacity. For about 30 years, 28, 29 years, we built 1 home per year in Archuleta County. And we're in our 3rd year doing 3 homes per year for 5 years. So this is just an update on what we've done the past couple of years and a little bit about our program. Maybe some of you guys don't know. So on to the next slide, please. We're in a 5-year plan to build 15 homes in 5 years for workforce families in Archuleta County. We've done this with the help of Archuleta County and Wyndham Pagosa donating lots to Habitat for Humanity. We get construction financing from our state organization, Habitat Colorado, which is funded through CHAPA. And we build energy efficient modular homes. We partner with Karsten out of Albuquerque, New Mexico, and then we put at least 15 solar panels on the roof of each of these houses. So part of our project is to increase outreach to get more partners in the community and have enough applicants to sell all these houses to our workforce. So on to the next slide, please. So we do more than just build homes. A family partnering to build with Habitat Archuleta actually works with our staff for 18 months. We're open right now for applications for our 2025 build season. So we pre-qualify these applicants, and a lot of times they apply year after year. We work for these guys year on end to help improve credit and income debt ratios so that they can qualify and they're eligible for home ownership. We qualify our applicants for USDA Rural Development 502 direct loans. And that's the 1% financing Bill was talking about. It's actually a subsidized interest, so there's a note rate. And then depending on the borrower's income, they can have down to a 1% loan. USDA sets a area loan limit for a given community, and in Archuleta County, for 80% median income and under, the area loan limit to purchase a home is $547,000. So that is the USDA's take on the cost of homes in this community, and they're using taxpayer dollars, USDA funding to get people in this income bracket into home ownership and out of renting or fifth wheels or whatever it may be. We partner with Homes Fund out of Durango to do HUD certified credit counseling. And again, that can be a really long process for some of these applicants, depending on their situation when they walk in the door the first time. And then on the houses that we build, we attach deed restrictions. It must be a primary residence. Habitat Archuleta gets first right of refusal whenever the homeowner goes to sell the home. And the reason for that is because we get different funding sources that require us to make sure that that home stays in rural areas. The state requires 100% and under AMI. So Habitat takes on that responsibility to find the next buyer whenever that comes up. Habitat Archuleta also reserves a share of the appreciation from sale price to future sale price. So we actually sell for appraised value, and then we fill the difference between that and what the homeowner can afford with a silent second mortgage that's forgiven over 30 years. So that's how we can sell for appraised value and then do the first loan amount of what the homeowner can afford. So that's, confidential information and then doesn't affect neighboring property values. So on to the next page. So as I said, 27 years, we built roughly 1 home per year. And we started our 5-year plan in 2022, that year impacting 2 adults and 4 children. In 23, we impacted 5 adults and 9 children. This year, we're partnering with 3 more families. It's 5 adults and 7 children. Their jobs, just because we like to emphasize that we work with our workforce. We've got a Wolf Creek employee, a teacher, a server, and 2 construction workers in our crew this year. So we'll be building in Chris Mountain Village 2 and Trails alongside the CDC. And that $1.9 million is going to go help build the infrastructure in that area too for our projects as well, as Emily mentioned. So on to the next slide. So those USDA loans, we built 3 houses last year. We packaged 10 additional USDA loans for our applicants or anyone in the community at 80% and under AMI to purchase homes in our community. One of those is actually a spec builder, Signature Homes, came to us. He had just finished a house and he offered to put a deed restriction on it so that he could sell it to one of our homeowners with this USDA loan. So that was pretty incredible. So we could offer that deed restriction for any other contractor that was interested, and you could sell for appraised value if we have homeowners that would qualify for that. Another thing we did, the county was excited about, we partnered with the hospital actually on some demolition. They were redoing cabinets or something, and we saved 16 tons of cabinets and office equipment from going into the local landfill. So that's a partnership we have with the Habitat over in San Luis Valley. On to the next slide, please. So this is our stakeholder grid. POSD was actually the first to discount their tap fees for Habitat Archuleta. I don't know how many years ago. Archuleta County has donated 20 tax lien lots to our organization. The PLPOA waives build permits, just like the county, and different fees that stack up there too. Town of Pagosa Springs, we've gotten a few grants from those guys. The tourism board as well. We're partnering with the CDC on the infrastructure and grant funding, and then also if we could put some of our applicants that we're not building with into the CDC homes, so they would be reaching under 80% AMI as well in their project. And then LPEA, we did a pilot project with them last year. We do solar on all of our homes to preserve affordability for our homeowners. And we try to cut it to where they just have that base access fee from LPEA and then water, and that's their utilities for the life of the home. So yeah, that's LPEA pitching in. On to the next slide, please. These are all our supporters, the small businesses in our community that have gone to bat by discounting services. I wanted to point out, because I know Colorado Dreams Homes is presenting soon, that they.
Thank you for taking away more stuff that my husband hoards.
Oh, that too, yeah. Yeah, we're helping out with that. That's similar to our demo project. We sell it at the Restore over in the valley. But no, I meant when you guys sent your staff to work on our job site in 2022.
I'm more appreciative of the yes.
Imagine, well, it made a huge impact that year, so, yeah. Anyway, so these are all our local supporters that are self-employed small businesses and that. On to the next slide. We are an enterprise zone opportunity project for folks that discount their products and services for us. And lastly, our request. We appreciate POSD's partnership, and we're hoping that you could waive the capital investment fees for water and wastewater on our 3 2024 bills. Any questions?
Nope, my only concern is, now that you've moved up to 3,
Mhm.
do you see maybe moving up to 4 or 5 in a couple of years?
So we have to do a year of 4 because the first year in our 5-year plan, as planned, we did 2. So it's 2, 3, 3, 3, 4. 3's a lot. We're hiring another staff person to manage the construction year round, starting May 1st. So once they're trained up, it's possible. Our organization is definitely growing. It was 1.5 people until I came on, and now we're up to 2 people because full-time to part-time to retiring, you know. So we'll be 3 as of May 1st, and then July 1st, if we get our capacity building grant for a loan officer to package the USDA loan, so I don't have to do it anymore, we'll be at 4 staff members. So yeah, I can see it in the realm of the possibility.
Well, I mean, I just think between the 2 of you, it's not hard to see a lot of Chris Mountain as much as we can. You know.
Yeah.
And Charles,
Entrance,
you
yeah.
know,
Right.
they partnered out there, so.
And did I understand you correctly that all three of these would probably fall under the 80%?
Yes, yeah, that's what our program mandates. And then Habitat for Humanity in general, the mortgage payment, PITI, everything for their housing needs to be 30% or under of their gross income.
Any more questions or comments?
We do have Gary, wanted to say something.
I just wanted to thank you when we were in a pretty difficult meeting last time, which I appreciate because we're just imposing tremendous fees on the community. That you've had some kind words and it's kind of a little bit of a life raft. So thank
Yeah,
you.
it's been a hard spot because I've got supporters on both sides of the room, you know, so. Yeah.
Gary?
My name is Gary Williams. I'm on the board of Habitat for Humanity, and I'm also a town council member. And when I walked into this room, I was just so pleased to see everybody who supports affordable housing. And I know we all want the best for our community, and I know you guys are being asked to give more than a lot of other people at a time where we know what your problems are. So we appreciate your contribution. I think Habitat's doing a great job, and I think we can move to 4 houses. So and in this part that Leah brings up about being a resource, not only for Emily, but for USDA loans for other people. And that could help your staff, it can help town staff, it can help school teachers. So it can help us all, because it's not just affordable housing, but it's quality of life we're all interested in. And we all provide public services, and we have to have good employees to deliver those public services. And to have good employees, they need to be happy with where they're living. And so I think that's a critical part of this whole thing. And then I was going to talk on everything, so I just support Emily here. The town, the county helped make all this happen. And so we've had CDC around for a long time, but only for a little while we've had Emily Lashbrook. And so, you know, we can talk about affordable housing, talk about this and that, but we have this unique opportunity in town to use her talent, her energy, her connections to make this work. And we've got to support her in that. And I really appreciate, and I know you do. So thank you.
Warren wanted to say something as well.
Thank you. I'll keep it brief. Appreciate the time, Mr. Chair, board members, Mr. Ramsey, Mrs. Lewis, thank you. I appreciate being able to address the board. I appreciate you taking the time to seriously consider this. And this is a difficult position that I know that you're in. I have to tell you, I'm kind of used to your chair, and it's hard. It's hard to make something out of nothing, and it's hard to provide the services that are needed in your community, but yet we move forward. As I looked around this room, I've seen a number of people that I've helped build Habitat for Humanity homes with. Gary, other folks that have brought food that are not only saying that this is important, but they are participating in making it happen. I come here today as a former business owner in Pagosa Springs for a number of years, as a single county commissioner that has been in office a little over 3 years, and also as a previous government employee that was in administration. As a former business owner, I can tell you that I know firsthand how difficult it is to hire and retain employees. And we learned quickly, my wife and I did, that we had to provide benefits in a package. Man, is that overwhelming. We paid $25 an hour and up. It was a 4-day work week. We had vacation. That's a lot to ask. And yet we still had difficulty hiring and retaining people, let alone good people. As administration in a government, I can tell you that we repeated the cycle of recruiting, hiring, and training over and over again. Because as soon as these folks would get trained up to a level where they could go 60 miles and have a lower cost of living and make another $30,000 a year, they did it. And what happened was another community benefited from our investment, our financial investment in that individual. And I can't blame them for leaving. I can't blame them for wanting better. This is just where we were. As a county commissioner, I can tell you that I understand how we are affected by our growth that we're experiencing and all of the pains that come with that. One source of this is our workforce housing, our middle housing group. We have programs for the lower income. And I think that this community has done a fantastic job, but we have not addressed our middle income. And I'm going to read to you the titles that I had on here before I came in here. Our truck drivers, our hotel staff members, our EMS, our wait staff. Many of these are our middle income folks. That's what this is about, middle income. The county has taken an earnest approach to help incentivize public and private projects through this initiative by way of donating the 55 lots that you have heard. The county's invited stakeholders to participate and to partner with this project and provide opportunities for privately owned companies to begin addressing the housing crisis in a real way. I'm not a fan, and nor do I think it's the government's responsibility to provide housing, but we can provide the seed that begins this project. As a representative on the Pagosa Springs Development Council, which I am, I see this venture that's being presented to you as cutting edge approach to address our workforce housing needs. This is a momentous occasion, and this project has to succeed. One of the most amazing attributes of our community is how we all come together when we're in a time of need. I encourage you to make the best decision that you can for our community while I understand your position. We're going to continue going down this road, and it benefits us all. Thank you.
Thank you. Was there anybody else who wanted to make a, yes?
Yeah, I'll just stay back here if that's all right.
Sure, you bet.
Yeah. So my name is Jim Garrett. I'm an attorney here in town. I am a member of the CDC board. I'm not here to speak for CDC. Emily has done that far more eloquently than I could. I am here as sort of a fan of the CDC, of PAWS. I first started following the affairs of this community in about 2005 or 6, about a year or so after I came through on a motorcycle and realized, holy cow, this is where I'm going to be. Well, back then, I'm glad Director Walsh mentioned Dry Gulch, because back then, that was my introduction to the CDC. And it was a disaster. I remember I had a little fun. I sent some comments to Bill Hudson's Daily Post back then regarding the Dry Gulch project. But you know, there is one thing about that Dry Gulch project that shouldn't be overlooked. It demonstrated PAWS' eye on the future. Because that was the rationale. It was, we got to watch the future and be ready for it when it comes. And that's why they wanted to do that project. Now, yeah, it was ridiculous in terms of the way they were going to fund it. But the thinking, the motivation was positive. Now, I didn't want to say that I know this board supports affordable housing, workforce housing. I know Bill, I've heard what Director Walsh has had to say. I know Gene Hodges from back when I used to be a Pagosa Springs Sun reporter. I know Justin Ramsey very well. I know that this board is a thorough, thoughtful board. I suggest to you that the CDC's project is more than just a great project. What it is a trailblazer. It's a proof of concept. It will show the community that it can be done. What it takes is commitment, shared commitment, and it exemplifies shared commitment. And I know this board is going to want to be part of that because I know this board is dedicated to this great, great community. I have a couple of general asks. Please continue to keep an eye on the future. Please. And I thought there were some very interesting comments by Director Walsh about the possible contributions that might be made by things like the fire district, other districts. Please strategize with the other public authorities in this district to help make this happen, to help make affordable housing work for this community because we so desperately need it. Please make sure that your computations are very carefully and thoroughly done. And again, I have absolute confidence in Justin Ramsey. I'm sure you're not just operating on a wing and a prayer, but please just make sure that we really need every penny. Please consider the possibility, and I am a ratepayer, I am a member of this district. Please consider the possibility that there may be some ratepayers, your ratepayers as a group may be willing to help pay, to accept a rate increase, may be willing to see a tax increase. Look at all the support we have in this room tonight. We got the county commissioners here unanimously. We have the county manager here. We have members of the town council. Pull together. We can get this done. We need to have it. Responsible taxation policy in this community. I can't imagine, we've never had better motivation in my experience. So, and lastly, this can't be unique. This problem cannot be unique to this county. I wonder if you could possibly appeal to your regulators, not to back away from the environmental, but is there some way in the public interest throughout the state that they can maybe supply some support, that they can come to bat with the rest of us, because that's what it takes. It takes a shared commitment. And I'm glad to see we have it here tonight. Thank you so much.
All right. Any comments from the board?
I was just hoping to, I'm not gonna take too much of your time. I'm Brooks Lindner. I am the town council rep on the CDC board. And I'm here tonight in support of our workforce housing project. There's nothing more I can add to Emily's excellent presentation. I did want to say that I empathize with you guys. I understand that you're struggling with these decisions, and I really appreciate your consideration in all of this. I just wanted to reiterate the ask. It's either that you waive the CIF fees for our 10 homes for this year, or that you grandfather in the 2023 fees for us for that project. And one other thing I'll say after listening to you tonight, I would just add that, you know, I understand your focus on the 80% and lower. I think that's commendable, but please don't not do this for us just because that is your focus. We do have this need for this middle 80 to 120 in our community as well. So thank you for your consideration.
Okay, thank you. Board, what do y'all think we ought to do?
Let's do the next agenda item.
Okay.
Yeah, I think if we approve the 80 and below, which we've talked about our focus, and then obviously we can't approve it. It's on an agenda item specifically. And that the 80 and below covers habitat. It covers the first year, right, of your 10 houses.
And then we're left with two, and then is it a good bet for those two? For everything that's being brought by this particular project? I'm gonna say yes, but I'm just one vote. I think, you know, approving 40, which I'm sympathetic to, would be like a very difficult year legal thing, but so, but you know what you're doing.
I agree, and that's why I modified my request, because we don't know what we don't know. I don't know what kind of funding is gonna come out of this Prop 123. There could be funding in there to help you to, you know, to help us pay those fees and it be okay, but for this year is not okay.
Right, that's what I would keep in mind. There
Yeah.
are some funding line items that they come out of Congress and they will specifically line out paying fees, in which case then we'd be better as a community taking that money and moving our, you know, town, county, hopefully fire district, pause support. The school district can't, even though because of the crazy funding mechanism with the school, which is the money is simply taken from the community and it bears no relationship necessarily to the money to get us back. So they're in a hard situation to help us. But I think county, pause, fire district, town, that's a good start.
So the item that I think we're gonna be talking about is our current affordable housing policy. So I wrote up a resolution that was in the packet. And it needs to be changed. So the resolution that I wrote up was aimed at 80% and below.
Right.
And it also has some typos in it. It mentions the raw water fee, which we no longer have. So we need to take that out of our whereases. And just remove the references to the raw water investments. And just talk about the capital investment fee. And I would also like to change the resolution to give a 50% waiver for things between 100 and 80. With the option that the board could consider a complete waiver for a project that shows broad community support. So I would say that I would like to see the resolution revised to allow for that.
Yeah, I mean, obviously I was supportive. I mean, I think we have to recognize that we have some big bills that are being imposed on us. And there's an element of fear about whether our CIF will actually collect 99 paying CIFs next year. And so I think we do sometimes conflate, and I think rhetorically I've contributed to this in years past. So, say 100% AMI home with 100% AMI home with a 30, 33 or 38 year deed restriction. I mean, they really are different. And just like I complimented, thanked our wealthier citizens who move here, the construction market is a market where people are buying 50, 100, $150,000 parcels, putting on $400, $500, $600, $700 home packages, and then more for landscaping. It's a different market. You know? So we're really relying on that market, but many of these projects simply don't happen without massive community and federal and state support. So they're not really affecting our CIF revenue. Now we have built into our CIF projections, you know, roughly 12 water, 8 sewer. And that has to be collected, because if we don't collect that, then we just have to raise the rates and rates, because we don't have a lot of discretionary spending. So, but I'm not really terribly concerned that once we raise the money that we intended to raise from the surcharges, if you're very successful, well, and we get 5 more a year, as long as they're in District 1, they pencil out. When they're in District 2, there's gonna come a time where we can't really afford it. Or we're gonna have to have a different type of cooperative agreement with the community. Which helps us afford it, which is possible, which hopefully, with some goodwill here, will happen there. So, obviously, I said that I'm fine with 100 AMI, with the 30-year deed restriction, so I support that, but I do think we kind of need to exercise a little discretion in that 80 to 100 range. So that we get 80s and that, and make that, what you're suggesting to them, we don't get all 100s. I mean, that's just the way it works out. We get the same discount to 100, except for we get a lot of 99.97s and not very many 61.
So that's why I'm suggesting that it's not 100% waiver. between 100 and 80.
So currently it's 25.
Right.
Currently it's
So you want to increase it to 50.
That was my suggestion. And I'd love to hear the rest of the board. And it sounds like Glenn has weighed in.
Well, no, I guess what my decision would be, I really like the 100% at 80 and below, and that's a real increase in our commitment. The 25% between 80 and 100, I'm very, like, for projects that really have broad community buy-in like this, I'm very supportive of, but I would like to keep more discretion in that range.
I'd probably like to keep it at 25.
And yeah, I'm probably the easiest mark and I'll probably always roll over for it, but I would like to think I would exercise some discretion. But I'll probably sign on to whatever the maximum, but I mean, the 80 and below is kind of my, I mean, I think that's kind of what the minimum I was hoping to get for the community. And I think that matches with our CAF projections. And, but if we're not gonna get a lot of projects that are gonna come bringing this kind of community benefit and this kind of community support. And I'd almost like to keep our discretion so we can throw more money behind this project. It's actually perfect. If you look at the impact of projects that don't happen here and don't happen in Aspen Village, we're gonna be the bad guys elsewhere, unless we can get a lot of support elsewhere, because we can't treat waste at $3 a month. Right. It penciled out if everyone's paying a fee, because we've structured our fees and they're gonna be ridiculously high for everyone, but we've structured them to cover operations and make their call. We thought it would be 50%, maybe more like 45% to rate 85 compliance. So as long as you're paying those fees, you're really helping. Now, if you're wealthy and you come to town and you're paying those fees and you're also paying the 25,000, you're really helping. But these projects, this Chris Mountain pencils, you know, as well as being inspiring and all that. So I'd rather keep board discretion at over 80. I'm not immune to Brooks' suggestion that you could get a organic further game-changing expansion up there that might be a little broader mix. It might average down to 90, but you might have a couple of 110s, but more a couple of 75s. So I'm happy with 80 and below, and board discretion above 80 that we're very open to. Okay.
I'm happy with 80 and below too, but I guess I'm confused, which is pretty normal for me. Now, I understand there are different models, but I think I heard Bill say USDA, has 1% loans. And I think I heard Emily say, you're not sure if USDA is applicable to your model, or could they be?
It can be for people that are 80% and below. So if I have a couple that come in and they're at 81%,
Okay.
they cannot use that product.
And the other thing I guess I'd just like to bring up, because I've got a lot of friends in this community out there, many decades here. I can't help but think in the back of my mind, especially in the 80 and below range. Some people just can't afford a house. Should someone, we're in the water and sewer business, should someone be thinking about apartments? Multifamily things. Because there's a lot of people, I know personally, and I suspect you all do too, that are way below 80. They're below 60. And they are just not able to afford a house. They could very well in the next 2 or 3 years, but now they can't. And there's not an apartment one, I would guess, in this town available right now. So I guess I'm concerned that you got needs here, here, and here. Where does this board need to focus? Who can we help the most? I guess that's my concern.
I would like to share with you, we have had contact from a developer who is looking at a piece of property in the county, in unincorporated county, that is looking to bring in 100 affordable apartments. And he's kind of waiting to hear what our new policy is for PAWS and to see if he's going to put a final offer on that. I believe he would like to hit that 80 and below, and he would deed restrict those apartments for, I believe what I heard is 15 years. I don't want to speak on behalf of him. I just have had a conversation. So we do have some interest out there that is willing to come in and build an affordable product because that's the business that they're in, and they know how to make that work. So they're out there. They're just waiting to see where PAWS lands here today.
Again, probably a silly question, but I'm gonna ask it anyway. So the only way CDC can get access to that USDA money would to be build slightly smaller homes and just save every penny wherever you can on utilities or whatever. But that's the only way you're gonna be able to do it is to reduce the size of the.
No, actually, as we heard from Leah, you can qualify up to $575,000 in certain situations. So it's not necessarily the price of the home, it's the person and the family qualifying at 80% and below. It's not the house, it's the family. And if the family can qualify for USDA, then they have some real financial help from the federal government.
Thanks for the clarification, yeah.
So
That's what my concern is.
Now, the smaller homes, you want to build those smaller homes for someone who doesn't qualify for USDA, but they're at 81%. Oh, well, you're gonna have to buy a smaller home because you can't get that 2% or 1% interest rate.
I think it's just helpful if Leah told us what some of the house payments are for Habitat House.
Around $1,200 or $1,400 per month. And
So,
they're appraising up toward $500,000. We sell them. So it's a difference of when you're paying a 1% interest versus 8% or 7%, whatever the market is today. That's $800 a month that you're paying. That's like money going straight to the bank, not toward principal. So it makes a big difference in the borrower's purchasing power, like their maximum loan amount, if they only have to pay 1% interest every month versus 5% interest every month. It's like $800 easy. Yeah.
that's that issue of rent versus owning a home, because getting a 3-bedroom, 2-bath apartment in town for $1,200 might be difficult,
Yeah, getting
$200.
$328 apartment like over there might be challenging, at least when they first open, so.
And home ownership makes more stable communities, we want.
Oh, absolutely, but I've been there.
Yeah.
Some people aren't ready for home ownership.
No doubt.
For whatever reason.
And for years, to be fair, we did move to an EU or a TAP calculation, where if you, like for the last 7 or 8 years, if you did build an apartment house in Pagosa Springs, which had integrated utilities, we would give you a commercial rate, so you might be able to put 50 apartments and get it in there for 22 EUs, water and sewer. And the only people that took us up were like multi-million-dollar developments, unfortunately. I mean, it's a good development, but it was not really our kind of an unintended consequence. So.
Can we hear from Paul? Is that okay?
Did you raise your
Yeah,
hand?
yeah, yeah.
Yeah,
Oh,
there's some
okay.
real advantages with the fee structure for apartment buildings. And I think the way that, you know, when we made those rules, we just thought, well, an apartment building just has one yard. And so, you know, all those apartments aren't, you know, individual houses where they're sprinkling a yard and that kind of thing. So the water use is a lot less. But you know, I'm wondering now if we should make it more, you know, advertise what our fee structure is for apartments so that developers know, you know, that it isn't an EU per unit. And so they don't have to really worry about the low income, you know, qualifications of it. That sounds like an apartment that's kind of minimized or something. But yeah, this town does. I mean, it's the low income problem isn't going to be solved by, you know, building houses. It's going to be solved by, you know, a whole series of different things. You know, apartment buildings and you know, possibly like park model or trailer courts or stuff like that. And everybody's got to kind of work together to decide how and where to put that, and if we want to do it. And so that's, I guess that's how I feel about it. But yeah, I'm kind of wondering if we shouldn't keep our low income housing discounts the same that they were as last year. But I would like, before we jack up the rates, to have a public hearing, make sure that there's not a bunch of people out there would get upset if all of a sudden they got hit with an extra $3 on their water and their sewer to cover the cost of, you know, the low income stuff.
Well, I mean, the problem there is, we included a surcharge for 10% of our units in our projection of CIF. So that was embedded as, so our choice is to increase the surcharges to match the increasing CIF, or to get rid of affordable housing discounts altogether. So our real problem is not that we might have 3 or 4 or 5 extra units, especially if they're in a great project that pencils out, brings in millions of dollars in infrastructure and pays $1 million a decade over it being located somewhere else. It's not because they're very different markets. I think our real problem is and I bothered, Renee's busy enough, but I bothered her this week, and she and Aaron did the research, and it's right there in our capital investment fee that, you know, our surcharges have to cover, you know, roughly 8 to 10 for different enterprises, 8 to 10% of our CIF, and we don't do that then we just have to throw it all on, more on the CIF or all on the base. We're kind of, I mean, we're aiming at a 50-50, though there might be opinion that is not 50-50, and we'll find that out later. So,
well, I figure it costs about $5 extra to back off our rates for our customers if we do this.
The other thing that everybody's got to realize is PAWS is a nonprofit thing. So we take it out of one pot and it's got to come out of some other pot to fill that pot back up. So it's, I mean, we're constantly dealing with that.
Also determine what that's gonna be, you're gonna have to give me numbers that we can throw into the model to determine what it is. So we've been using 12 and 8. But we're right now we're looking at 14 a year. 13 to 14, so we need to increase that.
my point, which you can accept or reject, is we need to charge the surcharge so we fulfill the CIF projection we made. I do not think that if this project is even more successful and we get 5 more houses at 80% paying, you know, full sewer fees, that there's really any cost there Because there might be a correlation, once you get to 100, 120, 140, now you start bumping in one another. But an 80% house with a 38% deed restriction is not affecting our new construction market, which CIF is based on. It's just, they're different animals. Now, we do have, I've asked around, I've never found a person, so I'm gonna come to town and I'm thinking about we saw 725 is the average purchase price of an existing house. What do you think is the median cost of new construction that our CIF is based on? 900,000? I mean, so I understand we need to keep the surcharges and we need to increase them because we have to fulfill the CIF projection one way or the other. But I don't think we have to worry that we're gonna be too successful in workforce housing.
Ron, you got a question?
Yeah, Mr. Chair, I couldn't hear Director Hanson earlier on when he said, what part is a nonprofit?
Pause.
Oz is nonprofit? I thought we were taxing Andy.
He's being illustrative.
Right.
Correct.
Sorry.
But I just wanted clarity on that
Yeah.
and understanding because, yeah, I know they're taxing Andy.
Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Edson.
Well, for a long time, builders were kind of curious if there was some people sitting in the background that were collecting up a bunch of money because it was so expensive to do water connections that we were wondering where all that money was going. So I had to get on the board to figure out that it actually has places where it's going. And there isn't anybody collecting a bunch of money.
Well, I think if we accept the work that Bill and Renee put in, that covers habitat, it covers 8 of the 10 this year. And then we can reconsider the 2 with a presentation specifically, those 2 related to what I would say is the kind of unique community benefits this project is bringing. And then going forward, we'll just, we'll kind of have a template or a model to say, well, we did go beyond 80 for this, but look what it brought. And that will give us more leverage. And I do want leverage. I'm getting the feeling we don't need much leverage with the county, but they're with us. But if we need leverage with the fire district, we need leverage, so to make things happen in that 80 to 100 and then, range.
Well, I'm gonna make a motion, okay, that we adopt this resolution, removing any references to the raw water acquisition fee. We accept the definitions that are already present in the resolution, and that we grant a full waiver of capital investment fees for low-income housing and workforce housing as defined. When the housing has a deed restriction that preserves affordability for at least 15 years, we waive half of the capital investment fee for anything between 100 and 80. But that the board has discretion when a project is particularly supported by the community to waive the fees completely for 100 to 80%. That's my motion referencing resolution 2024-03.
I mean, there are a lot of attractive things about that, and this is another thing I'm kind of a dummy on, but there are some specific.
But I don't have a second.
I will second.
I'll second.
Yeah.
Now we can have open for discussion.
There are also some loan programs, I think Leo was telling us about, that kind of, the sweet spot for them is like 84% or 85. Wasn't there something you're telling us, some hit it, so we might hit, like people are doing everything they can to bring it down to 80, but the actual mechanics of the program bottom out at 83 or 84. And, that's again, somewhere where we would say, okay, you know, and we get the buy-in, and we get the buy-in from fire district, and said, yeah, that's one where, you know, we will exercise that discretion. Even though maybe it doesn't bring the wealth of kind of grant and infrastructure benefits of this. So kind of, I think you pulled together a lot of strands that is not necessarily your ideal program. I think you put together a good compromise. So, I'll support it.
Gene, what do you think?
I really feel the need is at 80% and below. Don't get me wrong, these are absolutely wonderful projects. I just believe in, and I've talked to a few of our customers, constituents, and I get mixed opinions. You know, increasing monthly service fees, again, affects the same people that we're kind of trying to help, you know, the folks that, you know, are struggling to pay that $60, $70 a month water and sewer fee. Which is, again, why I think more focus on multifamily apartment type things is, in the future at least, is where I believe we ought to be focusing. I guess I'm not totally opposed to leaving some discretion in there for above 80, but our focus needs to be somewhere else, in my opinion.
Oh, what do you think?
I would support that too, but I would like to see some kind of verbiage where we reevaluate it in a year.
You went blind. I mean, you're not talking about it.
I'm sorry.
And Jim, what is it?
Well, I was really totally sold on this 80% deal, but this thing here looks good. I can make an exception for this.
So I'm getting the sense from the board, 80 and below is like what we're granting, but we will exercise discretion above 80 for special projects with a special community appeal.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
And just to be clear, I said 100 to 80.
Right.
I didn't go to 120 or 140. Okay.
And I know what your preferences are, which are even lower, so I mean, you're trying to come to a consensus, which I appreciate.
Yes, state your name, please.
Were you guys, if you had people sign up for public comment, were you gonna allow the public comment before a motion?
No.
Not before the vote? Oh, that was the impression we were under of which one we were signing up for.
That's why we didn't sign up for public comment.
Yeah, we signed up specifically for this agenda item, and so it kind of seems backward to accept public comment after we make a motion.
Yeah, go ahead and speak. We're in discussion right now.
We're in discussion.
Is anybody with that was signed up for number 6? Oh, but James.
Yeah, James, let's let James go. James, if you unmute it, you can talk.
Good evening, everybody. Can you hear me okay?
No.
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 Talk loud.
Yeah, turn the volume on the owl.
On the owl, you can turn it on.
There's a plus button on the owl.
Ability. There's a plus on here somewhere?
Yeah.
Let's see, let her rip, James.
All right, testing.
It's not.
You don't have it turned on the computer to read the speaker.
It's not reading out.
Go ahead.
Go ahead.
Speak loud.
Testing. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Oh, okay. I don't want to speak too loud. Is that too loud?
No.
Okay. Well, first I want to thank the PAWS board for approving the fee waivers for affordable housing 2020. That was a big step. I definitely will recognize that effort. It would really makes a difference and really sets a perspective in the community that PAWS is behind affordable housing, which I'm definitely hearing tonight too. And I really appreciate all the discussion this evening on all the agenda items thus far. And I agree with most everything that's been said. It's very good discussion, and I'm looking forward to working with everybody on housing in the future. As Jim Garrett mentioned, as everybody insinuated, that we all need to be working together. I'm very encouraged by Bill's preliminary motion to consider pushing that up to 100% and a graduated reduced fee waiver for that portion between 80 and 100. I would certainly encourage even going up to 120%, and maybe a little less, maybe 25% fee waiver. And the reason I mention that is a number of reasons, right? So there's a lot of funding for that low income, very low income. I wouldn't say a lot, but the funding streams available right now at the state and federal level are really specific to very low and low income housing. The Prop 123 funding is also focusing on that at 80% and below for rentals. I'm sorry, 60% and below for rentals and 100% and below for purchasing. So the Prop 123 program has designated Archuleta County as a rural resort community. And that's very important to understand because rural resort communities in Colorado, which are mostly small mountain towns, have a very unique housing challenge, much different than the Front Range communities or typical non-tourism driven community. In addition, this rural resort community status gives us the opportunity to petition DOLA to allow us to use higher AMIs in their grant programs. And that's very intentional because they see a lot of cost challenges in these rural resort communities that are much different than non-tourism driven communities. So this housing needs assessment that we were recently funded or I should say Archuleta County was recently funded, awarded $70,000 to do this housing needs assessment. That housing needs assessment will provide the data and the justification for our request to DOLA for using higher AMIs for their grant programs, which is really important. The CHFA annual table for affordable rents and purchase prices. We appreciate the work that CHFA does on that. It does give us some guidance, but we, along with all the other poor communities in Colorado, we're all lumped in the same category at the bottom, which does indicate that we didn't have a very specific and very detailed analysis of our community. And I say that because even CHFA staff members have indicated that we are lumped together with the poor communities in Colorado. So it's we really need to see about getting a little bit more detailed study. So we're a little bit more specific on our community because it's very evident that we're just lumped together with the others and there wasn't a lot of detailed analysis in our community to determine what that AMI and our rent structure is in our community. With that said, our housing needs are across the board, right? This from very low and all the way up through the middle income as well. The middle income is really impacted because there's really not any funding for those middle income housing options, right? So we go, let me try to explain this appropriately. So developers, unless they're getting some incentives, they're not building anything under market rate, right? It doesn't pencil out for them. So there is a gap between this 80 and 100% that Prop 123 is designed for and what PAWS is looking to approve for some incentives. And that gap really does impact the middle income families in our community. There is no incentives for them except at the local level. It's the town and the county waiving fees for their building plan review fees, development application fees. It's the county waiving, property taxes, certainly set up currently as 100% of AMI and under. And it's really our local incentives that are really going to help that middle income bracket for housing products. So with that said, I really want to encourage the PAWS board to consider a little higher than 100% and in a graduated scale, being that maybe that 100 to 120% only gets a 25% waiver fee. I think ultimately, we're a pretty small community of 12 to 13,000 people. In my mind, I think the best way to handle this, and I had talked to a number of folks over many years about this, is to have a scenario where we're all working together under an MOU so we can bring a developer an incentive package that includes everything, right? Includes PAWS waivers, anything La Plata might have, the county, the town, CDC, DOLA, whatever it is, it's one package that we're working with the developer. It's really hard for developers to, okay, I've got to go to PAWS for this waiver. I got to go to the town for this waiver. I've got to go to the county for this waiver. It's really complicated. And that's why we don't have a lot of people interested, because it's just this funding stacking process that's very complicated. With this grant we were just awarded for the regional or multi-jurisdictional housing coordinator, my hope is that that'll prove that we can all work together and come up with one incentive package that we can work with developers on. I know that's a side note, maybe a little off topic here, but with that said, I really want to encourage the PAWS board to consider a little higher than 80, certainly higher than 100% in their fee waiver considerations. Thank you, and I do appreciate all the work everybody in this room is doing and the PAWS board. So thank you, everybody. Have a good evening.
Thank you.
I live downtown, and I would say the most distorted and most inaccurate grouping that happens is not between Austin or the towns, but it's between the town and the county. If you took a look at the actual data, which is really expertly collected for the short-term rental study, it is one of the most distressing portraits of income in Coastal Springs. And so to the degree that we focus on 80% and below, and then 80 to 100% when it has broad buy-in, and it's, I think that would help my fellow townspeople much more than incentivizing a newer population. Basically, I think a newer, brighter, college-educated population for Coastal Springs.
Can you hear the other comments though?
Sure.
I'm just reacting to, I lost Bill first.
Evening, gentlemen. Thank you very much. Joe Kuzan, I'm the executive director of Pagosa Springs Chamber of Commerce. They always say don't follow really good speakers, so between Emily and James, I'll fumble through. I can't tell you how encouraged I am hearing you tonight and your support of Chris Madden. We have been working on this project for over 6 years. And years ago, when we went to USDA and we went to the Department of Ag and we went to DOLA, there was never any money. They thought we had 3 heads. And then COVID happened and now we have money. But Gary's right, this project wouldn't happen if it wasn't in the hands of Emily Blashbrook. So thank you. I'm gonna reiterate what James has said, and I'm gonna push you to look at the 120. And here's some of the reasons. There's a lot of pieces of the puzzle here. Employers can't find employees. One of the things they're doing is they're raising their rates. That's great. But it also pushes them out of some of these lower AMI categories. So they don't qualify for that low and very low income housing. In addition, all of the housing units have anywhere from 10 to 40 people on a waiting list and years out, from elderly to regular affordable housing. We have been working with developers that have come here and purchased land at market value. And they are willing to build multi-family housing, so apartments, as you mentioned, Director Douches. And as James said, the CHFA numbers that are here are very high. So is it affordable for 250 square feet at $950 a month? Probably not, but that is what is here. And that's what CHFA is saying is affordable. It's not. The developers that we have worked with and are working with right now are looking at a combination of alternatives. They would like to build a multifamily housing structure unit. They would offer some at market value and some at deed restriction in order to qualify for some of the Proposition 123 money. So looking at the 125 is not unreasonable. Here's another scenario. One person gets a job, that's great, but in most cases, it's what we have called a trailing spouse. So now there are two people that are moving here to this community. Between their two incomes, it pushes them out of, again, this low to very low income qualification. They can't take a job, one can find a job, they can't find housing, we lose two people, we don't lose one person. Typically, we will lose two. These developers, I encourage you as a board to look at either, as James said, look at a percentage of a discount. There are some units in the process right now of being built. If there are not any credits, that will stop. We are at a risk right now of losing almost 200 multifamily units. Just when we're on the cusp of making a scratch of a dent into affordable housing, it could stop. And we need to look forward to, you're right, not everybody can afford a house. They need a place to live though. And not everybody can go into low income or very low income. Also consider many of these low income projects are LIHTC projects. There are limited LIHTC projects available for the builders, and it's a very competitive process. So they are using their own money and their own investment to build these units here in our community. We need everything in this community. Not everybody is to be in a house. I moved from 5,000 square feet to about 1,200. I'm the happiest girl ever, and I never want to go back to a big house again. But we have people, there are people that work the job, the restaurants, as you mentioned, the restaurants up at Wolf Creek, the Springs, everything. They partner, they room together. There are two incomes there. Please think about stretching. I know it's hard. You want to stick to that 100%. But here's the other caveat. Agencies such as CHFA and DOLA are looking at, they raised their AMIs from 100 to 120 because of the cost of the builds and the raise in wages for people. And here you're looking at lowering. Can you stay with what is out there right now with the agencies helping to set the AMI? I encourage you, please stretch a little bit more. The business community is struggling to get people here, and we need to help them in some way, shape, or form. And I hope that you will consider that. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Rosanna Dufour,
241 Arrowhead Drive. Most people in this room would know me as Rosie. I bought DSP Pizzeria in 2011. I was a single mother of 2 children, and I would have qualified for all of these programs at that point. I grew that business over the course of 10 years to be a 38-person staff. And I watched all of these struggles with all of those employees, as well as I went through a lot of them myself. And what I came here tonight to support Emily as a board member of the CDC. But as this conversation has transpired, I feel compelled to explain to you as a business owner that has actually lived through this, my observations. And my observation is this. Yes, under 80%, absolutely, we have a housing crisis on our hands. However, between 80 and 100%, the only difference in those people is they're trying harder. They have 2 income families where one is working during the day, the other one is working as a server for me at night, not getting home, doesn't get to put her kids to bed. And that's how they are getting above that 80% that knocks them out of all of these options. And so it's disheartening for me to think that them trying harder is what is going to set them apart to not be able to have the opportunity of home ownership that they would have had if they weren't giving every effort that they could. So I really also please encourage you to consider that 100 to 120 AMI, because I ran my own payroll that entire time. And I know that families with 120% AMI are still struggling to make their minimum payments, sacrificing things that a family should not have to sacrifice. Yeah.
And I would just note that, that I accept that every part of the housing market,
I'm sorry.
Yeah, no, I thought.
I might as well be last because I'll probably be the worst speaker. I'm Shelley Keplinger. I'm the CFO at the hospital here in town. And we are, continuing to grow as one of the largest employers in this county. We've seen the same struggles everybody else has. One thing I would like to add to that is that we are in a unique situation where our salaries last year increased by 20%, but we could only raise our rates 4%. We're capped. So every time something like this happens and we can't get a person in here and we have to pay additional money because they can't get an affordable house, it just continues to make healthcare more and more expensive. And so it is our mission as an organization to try to make healthcare more affordable in this county for the county residents. And so we are piloting several different programs and trying to make that happen here. But one of those is something like this that can really help us out. And so I would encourage you to look, and I appreciate all the conversation tonight. I appreciate you being in a bad spot. I'm in one of the most highly regulated industries in the world. And I get it. And, but I do think that 100% AMI would be wonderful. 120 at some level would be really great for us. We are in a unique situation where we have staff from minimum wage all the way up to, our highly paid positions. And so we have everything in the middle. And so we have actually had employees sleeping in their cars in the parking lot. And that is really, really hard for us to watch. So I appreciate everything all the conversation tonight, and I appreciate you thinking about the hospital when you make your decision, and we'll continue down the path to create more affordable healthcare in this community to help everyone out as well to do our part. Thank you.
Thank you. Well, I was just gonna get
real quick, I had several people that want to talk. Does anybody else want to talk? I know Dave, you were in it.
No, you go ahead, please.
I didn't sign up to speak, but I came in late. Can I speak from here? Is
Yeah,
it okay?
sure.
Okay. I've lived here all my life. I grew up here. I was raised by a single mom in this town. And I watched my mother struggle with 3 and 4 jobs just to keep a roof over our heads. I wish to hell there would have been a project like this so I could see that my mom wouldn't have to work that hard.
She was lucky enough, as we got old enough and got jobs, me and my brother were able to help her get through this and keep the home. We still have that home. My mom still lives in it today. You know, but the thing is, this is a rarity. This is a fundamental footstep to get it started, to get a program going. We don't know all the ins and outs of everything until we implement this. And then we can modify it, then we can fine tune it. The other part is, you know, a lot of the multi-housing units, I'd love to see those come in. But with the costs that we have now and the rates that are there now, they don't pencil. That's why you don't see a lot of them popping up. You know, honestly, I think the right thing is always the hardest thing to do. And that's what I always say all the time. I know Warren and Derek and Veronica, they get tired of hearing me say that, but it definitely is the hardest thing to do. And the one thing is, hospital district, professional people, people that really keep the wheels turning in Archuleta County can't live here because there's no place for them to live. And we need to do the right thing. It's hard, but I encourage you guys, please, let's all work together. Let's all help it out.
Thank you.
Good evening, David Harris, I'm the town manager for Pagosa Springs. Give you an idea, a little bit of where I've come from. I really appreciate what y'all are wrestling with, and I appreciate y'all keeping in mind the ratepayers. I'm a ratepayer too. Proud to say I am now. I'm moving up here from South Texas. I've run utilities before. I've run sewer and water systems before. I know this isn't easy when new mandates are handed down and you're struggling to try and make ends meet and budgets fit. So I commend you all for doing that. What I want to speak to is not only the need to help address these community-wide programs and of course that y'all are doing, but also I want to speak to, if I can real quickly, item 13 on the memorandum of understanding you'll be taking up later. Y'all have a willing partner in the town and we're here to work with you. We're excited. I'm excited. You know, there's a lot coming up down the pipe and appreciate y'all for what y'all are doing. Whatever we can do to help move things forward as a community, we're here for it. So thank you.
Thank you.
Anybody else? One sec.
Go
ahead. Oh, go ahead. Okay. My name is Kim Moore. I've lived here 27 years. I love this community. It's very special and it is very unique. I've never been in a place where people do work together. And I commend this evening because Bill Hudson's one of the first people I met doing a play when we first moved here. And I've known a lot of you for the whole time that I've lived here. And I am deeply moved with the need as a realtor. You know, when I started here, I mean, I could sell you a little house for $99,000. That same house today is going from $399,000 to $425,000. I have it under contract today. And I sold it 13 years ago to an elderly gentleman who is now 93. It was $124,000 when he bought it. It was built in 1980, so it makes it kind of an antique here in our community. And we have it under contract today for $385,000. Now, is it 4 times better, even though it's 14 years older? But that's what our market is. So people, you know, that are buying those are young couples trying to get their first house. It is imperative that we make allowances. And I am so deeply moved for all of these community groups that are putting in. I mean, I think what Jim said in his booming voice, he's in our Rotary, so we do hear him frequently. But the fact that we each are giving something, some a little more, some a little less, but it's for the greater good of this community. We have a very, very special community, and I don't think there's one of you sitting in this room that doesn't acknowledge when we see all the mess going on around the world. Every day, I thank my lucky stars and thank God I live in Pagosa Springs. I mean, my granddaughters, when they come, they're only about 10 or 11. Grandma, do we have to go in the grocery store with you? Because you don't just go in there for 5 minutes because you meet everybody, right? How good a feeling is that to know that, you know, one day I left my wallet and the guy behind me said, hey, use my credit card. Where does that happen? Right here. So thank you for your time, your consideration, and each and every one of you that are here today. Thank you.
Is there anybody else who wants to speak? No, okay.
No.
All right, you was fixing to say, you had a comment.
I'm just saying, this is a difficult time, and we have two operations here. My opinion is we have to spread the pain of this imposition, and we have to focus the benefit. I appreciate that every level of this market is difficult, but, you know, the new guidelines are gonna come out in May, and 120% for a single person is gonna be over $75,000 a year. I'm sure that's not the easiest market, but I don't think a single person making $75,000 a year is in crisis. For a family of four, it's probably gonna go towards $110,000 a year. Again, there could be all sorts of private sorrows and difficulties, but I don't know that we can focus the benefits that we can focus on housing with $110,000. Now, if other districts that aren't kicking in as much as us, like I don't think the fire district, wanted to focus there to supplement us, that would be great. I sympathize with David because we're crying up here, but we're in the same bind. That same mandate is hitting the town of Pagosa Springs. We started with rates of $34 and $1,100 when we started budgeting for our portion of Reg 85. The town has been great partners, like very fair partners on this. When they start budgeting for their Reg 85 component, they're starting from 66. And I don't know what the capital investment fee is, but it's much higher than 1,100. So when you budget for your contribution to 85, you're going to be in the same position as us. And if you can see your way to giving the discounts to folks making families making $110,000 a year, I'd like to hear how that happens because I don't want to be intellectually dishonest with Justin and with Renee, but Aaron was in here, and if he's listening to this, is sweating bullets. There does come a point where the taxpayer subsidized housing does start to knock down our market CIS. If you want us to do that, that means instead of turning to our customers and asking them for $2 water and $2.50 wastewater, and then adding 400 to the water CIF and 700 or 800 to the wastewater, in order to move up to 120 to the $110,000 a year families, it has to go to 4 and 5, and water has to go up another 900. And we have to tell these folks who we just hit with 15.6 that no, that's going to have to go up to 18,250 or something like that. You know, I want to focus the benefit 80 and below right now and be very open to 80 and 100 where we can really focus the benefit. And just, I'll shut up after this. We're very confident that we have this light tech housing. We have a light tech project proposed for Aspen Village, and we got real I&I problems. And if this community wants that to happen, which is 50 units for people at 20, 30, 40, 50, 60, we might have to reserve some of this goodwill that we would have at 120 AMI to rescue that project. And I've asked a lot of this market, a lot of smart people, and more in affordable housing, what's going on at Hickory Ridge? Because I don't know. It's
After 15 years, projects can choose to, what they call working out, and they can choose to go market. Is Hickory Ridge, have they re-upped for another 15 years? Have they discussed working out and going market? Because we could lose 39 units there unless we have money to convince them. I'm just asking, I've asked.
I don't know,
Yeah.
I think they're under new ownership right now.
Right.
Yeah.
James is
Yeah.
looking at possible grants.
Right. So we may need to direct even more money to keep those 39 units we have. So. Yeah.
I agree with you. I think we need to, we can't solve everybody's problems. We're in a situation like a good friend of mine says, sometimes the more we give, the more everybody wants. And right now, I'm tuned in to this one project right here with these two that made the presentations right now. Then keep it under 80. I think the working bees is our concentration right now, and that's the low 80s.
Right.
And so I'm thinking this project, get this one going, and then we can see down the road what we might do later. Maybe we can't do no more. That may be all it is. But we'll see if we're hard and feather. Who said that? You?
I think I said that.
But Bill did.
There's a lot of kind of inspiring kind of ideas, but I think in front of us, we have like an actual inspiring project that's building upon some colossal mistakes we made and putting what really, for us to put that water and wastewater infrastructure, Justin said it might, I'm saying 7, it could be $10 million. So let's focus there right now.
So I'm gonna refresh you that I have a motion on the floor to waive fees for 80% families at 80% and below, and 50% between 100 and 80, and to be open to 100% for community supported projects if the board decides at the board's discretion. So that's how I'm modifying the resolution that we have. And I'd be glad to do a vote and see if that passes.
With the 15-year deed restriction?
The 15-year deed restriction, 15-year deed restriction.
But that's another, because we're setting at 15, but when we exercise our discretion and people come to us with 30, 33, and 38, there's another, we get them twice as much housing. I mean, that's a crude way to say it, but, so we do, I do want to have that discretion.
You want to have discretion on the number
between 80 and 100. I want to be able to focus that benefit on the best projects.
Not 50%, but discretion.
Yeah, correct.
So you don't want the 50%?
No, well, I'm gonna vote for almost every, but I want to have some discretion between 80. And you know what, if some gangbuster project comes in, like Brooke says, that is focusing here, but there's grant money available and matching funds, if it's a little above 100 and it actually pencils out, I'm not saying 100 is the limit.
But I am. I'm saying 100 is the limit.
Right, I'm just saying 80 is what, and we will consider above 80 and exercise discretion based upon project by project basis. That's what I'm saying.
It seems like it's in some respects a catch-22. Call this whatever you want. It's a caused loss of revenue. And I'm hoping we can come to a good solution. So that loss of revenue, we did our rate study and it shook out how it shook out. If we somehow replace this loss of revenue, and we've been talking about 50-50 on the surcharge to existing customers and the other 50 on CIF for new construction. What's that going to do to growth if the developer comes in and boy, just barely pencils out at the today, and we've got to add a few $100 to it. And to me, the last 2 or 3 people that spoke were excellent arguments, but they were probably very good arguments, and I'll shut up, for apartments. And if we've got one in Aspen Village that's on the books for.
It's in the works.
However many, 50, we should jump on that as best we can. Because it is gonna, in my opinion, it's gonna help the most people. It's gonna help a lot of people probably under 80 and nobody above 80. But you know, let's help the most that we can. And I totally understand and get that there, like James alluded to, and several of you, there was that gap, you know, that 80 to 100 gap, and maybe even a little gap above that, that we're not gonna necessarily be able to help out as much as we would like. But, you know, I don't know, is it a quality versus quantity issue? I don't know.
Real quick, then. So what do you want us to do for the surcharge?
I want to base the surcharge on the 12 and 8, because that's what funds our CIF projection.
Can we do that as a separate? thing?
Yeah.
Yeah, kind of a.
Because we haven't even got a vote on this yet, so.
Can I just make one more clarification? That there was, I have to find my note, but someone had mentioned they wanted to see this, this policy revisited annually.
Yeah,
All was saying that, yeah.
Also.
We can always do that.
We can always revisit it. Yeah.
Do you want it in the
I
resolution?
don't need it in the resolution. I don't need it in the resolution.
Paul? Did you catch that?
You're muted, Paul. Paul, you're muted.
You're muted, Paul.
Yeah, I heard that. I just thought it would be good to set a date when we revisit it, you know, and if it's, you know, if we're doing well, then, you know, we can modify it. If we're doing really, you know, getting behind the 8 ball, then it's gonna be harder.
I mean, I think we're just gonna have to constantly revisit it.
Yeah.
Because we never know what the CDPHE is gonna decide. I mean, we like
That's a
to,
big thing, yeah.
we like to think that as we build this oxidation trench and look at it and say, okay, so your nitrogen is down 7, great guys, you're in the boat, but the rest of the
They might
country
say
on 31, and it makes sense to say something else,
Right.
so.
We can look at it anytime.
Yeah. I mean, I'll vote for bills if there's a second vote, and if there's not, I'm happy to do the 80 hard and then above 80 with discretion. So I'm fine with both. So if there's a second vote for bills, I'll vote, and if there's not,
You seconded those.
no, I mean, if there's another vote, then I'll provide the third, because I think
Because people can't pass it.
they're close. They're so close that I don't wanna roll the dice on the second one.
Okay, so yours stands at 80 and below is given, 80 to 100 is 50.
Is 50 with discretion to make it 100? Okay, with discretion to make it 100.
I'm ready to vote.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. I think they're so close.
All right, I'll vote aye.
Okay.
Nay.
Okay. 4 to 1. Motion carries. Right, let's move right along. Don't take a break right now. Everybody stretch.
I hope you enjoyed all that.
Oh, yeah. I think I have to go to the bathroom again. Put me on the hot seat.
Thank you. So what do you have now?
Some applications for everybody. Did you respond when I asked you you know, you're finishing off the whole. Oh, so it's a library. I did. They don't talk about the so, you know, come on down and see the whole family Friday. Child provided wrong. I have Renee's email. And so
He's a hot. Thank you very
I see. Not with that. Right. Yeah. Probably would kill me. I have two.
Oh, no, that's the city manager.
And accent.
Where you from? Santa. I used to live out there. I can't even get over there. Nobody was making that. Jim, so yeah, it's like, when they share. Well, I do. It means, that like, period. I'll move all of it up to Green, Colorado. All right, let's get to our. All right, next on the agenda is consideration of resolution to enact a moratorium on affordable housing rate reductions. We need this for a 30-day period, so we can have public input.
This is correct.
Is that correct?
Yes, that's
Okay.
correct. And you also need to,
We need to do that if we're going to change our capital investment fee and rates with the surcharges.
Okay.
If we're gonna make a change.
Okay. Do I have a motion to do that? Yes, you do. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Okay,
Any more discussion?
just what is the complication with your timeline? We
We
just
are-
approved a set of discounts that will exempt 8 and the other 2 at 50.
okay. Will this moratorium prevent you from granting our license or our tap fees and our permits in the month of April? Will this moratorium block that application?
That's what I'm wondering.
So the procedure will be, I will notice the meeting and the proposed rate changes tomorrow. And per board direction, decide whether to put that in legal or a display ad and a sign if necessary. And then we have until April 18th would be when we would have the meeting to discuss approving the surcharge changes. And then we could consider your request. Is April 18th too late?
My request for service?
Or are you, well, you were asking if you had, because it.
Can you start building? If we have to wait, can I get a county build permit?
Yeah,
Okay.
Yeah, but it's them opening up the season, whatever Road and Bridge says that we can start, operating.
The ordinance we
Yeah.
just passed,
It's a resolution.
resolution covers you entirely. So you could, and then it covers you.
But does the moratorium prevent us from
Explain
getting our
why we're doing a
application in?
moratorium if what we're talking about is fees to fund what we just did.
I guess if you just wanna move forward, then I guess you can.
Yeah.
You
The
guys call.
moratorium was your request from last week.
Yeah,
That was last week.
It's a conflict.
That was one that Paul, that's the one that Paul suggested.
Yeah, I know I made it
I don't think it's
moratorium, but I don't
necessary.
understand now
I mean,
why we did that.
it can be accomplished through just board direction.
Yeah, because it will
You know.
just make your lives,
I mean, you just approved the resolution, so, then we can operate under that resolution.
you can come in and yours is very straightforward, and then 8 of yours are very straightforward, the other 2 at 50% are straightforward by resolution.
At 50%.
And if you would want them to be considered 100%, you would come back in April maybe and bring, your documentation for the economic benefits and why this is different and should be considered,
And there's your grant funding.
yeah, and all that good stuff, but at least you, without a moratorium, you can basically lock in about 90% of what you need. Or maybe it's even 100% of what you need, but maybe not 100% of what you could use. So. That's all right. I'm good now to do the moratorium.
So I asked to do the moratorium at the last meeting, but now I don't see why we need to do a moratorium on this. But I still want to address the fees, so I want to put those ads in and the noticing in, so that April 18th, we can increase those fees.
And we're still happy with the 12.8 that we. 12 water, wastewater. I think that.
I think we can discuss that.
Okay.
As part of the discussion.
Yeah.
And we changed it to 0 water, wastewater for the 81 to 100, so we're probably gonna throw some numbers in there too.
Okay.
Okay,
So I move that we table the.
Well, there's a motion on the floor.
Oh, there's a motion on the floor. That's right.
we just.
And I seconded it.
Well, you can still change your mind, you can vote no now.
I'm gonna vote no.
All right, all in favor?
No.
All not in favor? Sorry about that.
Hey, Jim, what are we voting on?
I'm gonna get Renee to read that back to you.
To not do the moratorium, Paul.
It's a consideration
All right,
moratorium on affordable housing rate reductions.
right. I'll vote for that.
You're voting for to do the moratorium, or you're voting not to do the moratorium? Because a vote for is to do the moratorium.
Oh, the nay. I don't think we need it, do we?
No.
We don't need
No, we
Thank
don't.
you.
All right, now we clear?
You got that, Renee?
Yeah.
Thank you. Consideration of request for 2023 connection fee for 65.
We still need to figure out exactly what we want to put in the spreadsheet though,
Yeah.
so that we have those actual fees noticed.
Oh, so you have to actually notice the fees.
Yes.
Okay, so we need to decide that.
I say I'm happy with an assumption that funds the CIM, the assumption for me. Because I do not think.
But we made some changes to our.
Right, but you have, but I don't think that the changes we made, nobody will affect this, but you not think they affect more. This is that.
Okay, so that's fine. I'm just asking the number. So you're saying 6 water at less than 60%, 6 water at 60 to 80%, 0, 80 to 100%, and 4 and 0. I want to stick with that.
What's the time frame?
What do you mean, it's not like a year?
1 year, 5 years?
1 year.
We're assuming that each year.
Even though we know they're wrong.
Average over. Yeah, we know they're wrong, but we don't know which direction they're on.
No, we know which direction.
Zero.
We're approving 14 right now, so.
Right, but the first year we approved 39 at Road Mountain. And then we approved 4 more in the next 5 years. So we're averaging it over 10 years. So,
So we discussed briefly, increasing the surcharge on the CIF.
And the rates.
And the rates. And you want to know what those.
We know it's based on those assumptions, it's gonna be 53 cents for water surcharge fee, $1.47 wastewater surcharge fee, $318.04 for an increase in water CIF, and $387.91 for an increase in wastewater.
And did you
CIF.
say between 80 and 100 is 0?
Yes,
But we know we have 2.
that's what the number said. You want me to stick with, I'm just doing what you guys are telling me.
Don't we want to add 2?
If you want to add to that, yeah.
Can we do that?
You can add whatever you want.
You want to
Go.
Let's add 4.
For what?
Let's definitely add 2.
Add to what?
To 80 to 100.
At water or wastewater?
Both.
I mean, intellectually, you have to think that when we fund and help to make one of Leah's houses happen, that is gonna cost us some new construction costing 900,000. That's not a real world assumption, we're scaring ourselves. I get when people thought, we wanna do these really cool downtown condos for people at 140. Yeah, that's gonna dig in to our actual CIF. But what we're proposing here, especially if it's in District 1, paying sewer fees is, I think the fear level, there are other things we should be very afraid of, like the lack of growth. But I don't think we need to be too afraid of habitat houses or Chris Mountains.
Okay.
I'm not afraid.
So the number now is 57 cents for the water EU surcharge, $1.65 for the wastewater EU surcharge, I don't really change it, $318.04 for the, water CIF and $887.
Those are the increases.
Yeah, right, okay, based on the numbers we just. And a 50-50 split, not.
Yeah.
This is it.
Okay, so should we make a motion on that? I would move to approve those fees for the notice that goes out.
I'll second those.
Got any more discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
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 Nay?
Aye.
Oh,
Motion carries unanimous. Okay,
And it'd be nice to have a meeting where, just for our own sake, we're the advocates for affordable housing and who have a great case to make, and the people who are appalled that the fees were imposing on them, who have a good case to make, we're in the same room at the same time.
I guess everybody had a chance to be here. Okay, now we can go to item number 10. Consideration of request for 2023 connection fees for 65 Settlers Drive. Who wants to handle that?
I mean, I don't know that I need to speak too much to it. There is some documentation I gave you guys last year, or I mean, this week, about last year having applied for it and being turned down, and then we had done some also, like I built on a lot next door, and we already did the water taps and all that. So like most of the material wise is there, but I guess, you know, in hearing a lot of what you guys are talking about, like my goal is also to build affordable houses, not just like make a killing or something on, you know, building a house. And I'm building in Vista, which is like I would say lower end kind of, I'm trying to keep my costs down so that I can bring to the market at a reasonable rate, not trying to just gouge. So I guess that's part of.
So I think, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, last year he came in end of November to do a connection. And then ultimately didn't do the connection. Dusty's asking for you to allow him to use last year's rates. But now, what,
So any chance you're gonna come in at 100%?
I mean,
AMI?
I would probably be, it sounds like I'd be like more like the 80%, with.
So you understand, you'll have to do a deed restriction in this. You'll have to have a deed restriction on your house in order to qualify for the waiver. So if you can do that, Leah will show you how to do that.
I just gave him my card.
Yeah.
So if you want to go ahead with that, and then we don't have to,
Make a
you
decision.
don't have to make a decision.
I mean, that might, I mean, that would save me another $9,000, so, yeah, I'm not opposed to that, for sure.
So why don't you get together with Leah? She's great at helping with that kind of thing. And you know where Habitat's office is. You'll find it.
Don't look at it, but
You'll find it.
I guess I got a card, so.
But I mean, again, that is the jurisdiction. I think it's the only other can, in addition, on your, like, property from that or.
Right.
So you have to. I mean, I think it's gonna be very rare that somebody doesn't come from, unfortunately, from a more institutional background and more kind of, you know. Well, I'm not, but you should know, you tie yourself up and then you need a.
Well, and the thing is, I do have an investor, I'm not funding it myself.
Right.
And so that's, I guess, probably one of my holdups, because I would have to.
It's gonna be difficult for him to meet the resolution.
Right.
I can't necessarily guarantee I have a buyer for his house, you know, I don't know how many applicants I'm gonna get, but.
So I think that's just gonna push this down the road. I think the board needs to decide whether to allow him to, because it's gonna be hard for him to meet the
Well,
resolution.
can you come to the next meeting, next month? And let us know if you're gonna be able to do a deed restriction?
I probably
Would that be okay?
Yeah.
Is that okay?
Yeah, I just want to be straight with him, it's like there have been in past cases where, you know, people think we can service 4 or 5% growth year after year after year. We can't, right? Once it hits, we don't have the staff to do that. And there have in the past been cases where people would come in, they have paid their fees, they're ready to go, and then things happen, and we can't catch up to them. Or there's a weather event and the county road cut, stop early. In the past, we just so our auditor doesn't get mad at us, we have to close out the year, refund those, and then we buy them the next year. But in normal circumstances, as long as I've been on the board, those increases have been 2%, and have been 2% on $798.
And that's honestly more like what I was kind of expecting when I gave you something.
But this year, because of the imposition of 85, the water side of things are a little squirrelier, because the water side goes up and down a lot, this, you know. So if anybody's in that case and they pay their fees and they were ready to go, I would feel that we should honor that, but I don't think there are many cases like that out there this year, because we kind of caught up with everybody. So.
Yeah, I know I did pay my fees and everything. It was fairly late in the season, but there was no road taps involved, any of that stuff, and the sewer is in my backyard, all that stuff, so it's not, I didn't really understand why we couldn't do it. But I'm subject to.
Well, so I have an email here, maybe this email going to Marlon Anderson. It says Jonathan Easton decided to wait until next year.
That's not true, because I didn't, like the sewer was the main one that I needed to do. And they told me there was a storm coming and needed.
This is not the thing I have, but.
If you're okay coming next month with a decision which way you want to go, you know, I'd be glad to talk it over next month. If that's okay with you.
I mean, I guess in my, position, I am dealing with the investor, for funding the house. And I am not sure that he'd be comfortable with it. And so, as much as I do want like a, affordable housing and, like, if it was up to me, I would definitely say, I'd be fine with a deed restriction, and I know that would limit my, marketability, but, being that I am dealing with an investor, I'm kinda.
Well, if you can't do it, you can't do it.
Yeah.
So,
Do you want us to make a decision right now?
I would appreciate.
Okay.
a decision.
So make a decision.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
without the deed restriction, we couldn't do nothing.
Well, I'm just saying, any decision we make is gonna apply to all 99 people who are also, sorry, I'm repeating myself, but we're just distributing the pain here. And we're gonna distribute it, you're gonna take your part, and the 99 people next year are gonna take their part. And if anybody can say, hey, if I had known, I would have pushed it up a couple of months. Then we'll just have to discount like all 99, and then we'll have to take that $1.6 million that Aaron needs this year to do the engineering for the CWCB. CPHE will hammer us. So I'm not gonna be the most generous guy in this regard. And I'm sorry about that, but everybody's getting hurt, and everyone's gonna have to take the hit.
So you make a motion that we not accept that.
I would, yes. But
Do I have a second?
I'll second it.
Okay. Any more discussion? All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Motion unanimous. Thank you.
And I apologize for this stuff.
When did you make the motion?
I did. I'm so sorry.
All seconded.
Okay.
Get on up.
So, talk about being on the hot seat, but I've come here, with a different animal, so to speak. I do not get grant funding. I do not do speculative building. And as some people may or may not know, I've been a member of this community for 40 years. And my main clients are retirees. And the people, I bought I have signed contracts that I did last year. There is one that is a questionable, contract that I did not get a quote from. I did get a quote from Marlowe. It wasn't until December that Marlowe started hinting that there could be a cost increase. I've dealt with you guys for 30 years. I've seen it go up, a couple $1,000, and I'll put into the person's loan like a contingency fee of $10 or $5,000. But once you go into a construction loan, you may not go back to the lender and ask for one more penny. It is what it is. So when you're doing speculative building, yes, you take the hit. And I'd also like to be proud in the fact that we built for 30 years affordable housing. We are not known as a custom home builder. I don't think I even would, wait, I'm on tape here, or I'm being, yeah. Okay.
Being recorded.
Well, I'm being recorded, but you know what? That's not who we service, and that's not what my family is all about. My husband and I have been devoted to this community, and we too also have a 2-acre piece on Holiday Inn Park that we have fully permitted, ready to go. That was 1-story, like duplexes, but condominiums, and it was at COVID, and all permitted, ready to go with the county, had PLOPA blessings. And I have to look back at that project that I'm kind of grateful that it didn't fly, because I'm looking at apartments now. Because I feel that that space should be it's like commercial to begin with. It was supposed to be like the ones that are 2 blocks away. It was supposed to be like the timeshares and not for short-term rental. I have people sleeping in the back of my shop that was sleeping in their car last month. I have had people living in my home. We turned our place in the back of our model home into 3 apartments to be housing instead of, and for our workers, because we don't have any workforce. I was telling, the Habitat for Humanity girl that I'm kind of getting excited because our workforce is coming back because they mostly live in the trailer park. But then they all have to leave, and then our county has a silly rule that people can't live in an RV for only a certain amount of time. And it's like, well, who cares if they freeze to death? It's their business if they want to pay for more heat, as long as they have proper septic, proper water, and are on their own land. It is really, I consider, something they went back on years ago that I thought, like 15 years ago, that people had the right to stay in an RV. It's up to them if they want to freeze or not, or all their pipes freeze or whatever. Again, I always thought of it as affordable housing. But the county's come along now and says you can't live in your RV for more than 4 months or whatever the rules changed to. And when I spent a year and a half changing 5 different rulings. They also did you couldn't let people live in your guest house unless they were related to you. I thought that those were in rules, and I spent a year and a half changing 5 different rules. And it was in 2008 when I was bored because we had no more construction contracts. So I found some flaws of things that they had done when we were all really busy making money.
Can we get that?
So I'd like to take each one of my properties, or the 5 clients that I would like to submit that are in contract, in construction lending. One of them I want to pull out because he's not a retiree, and he's only water only, and it will not affect him as hard. And just, he probably would be very mad at me that I'm not going to go up to bat for him also, that he is in lending. But I know his circumstances, and I'm not feeling as sorry for him. He could maybe do without the fluff and I have all the rest of the contracts.
And we first met, ironically, sitting over here complaining about fees. You don't remember me, a few years.
I do remember you. Yes, I do, and you put a lot of work into this.
But the water, I think you're right about the wastewater, that we brought it down from 4 to 1, which is $7.98, and then it just went over. So the water fee itself, let's be fair, just imagine it was, has moved from 3 to a square foot calculation that was 4,200, then to 7,000. Then we had the roll acquisition fee, the ones where I did we did 11,900. Then Dry Gulch was brought down to 19,000. And then that went down to 10,900, then the board brought it down to 7,000. Then we refunded, this is how much we didn't want to do Dry Gulch.
Yeah.
We refunded over $1 million for Dry Gulch.
When we first started.
And then it got dropped down to like 4,200, and then it has been going up gradually. But that water fee.
And I jumped in, I took advantage
With
of
your
that.
experience, I was just saying, you might say, hey, well, we hitting one of those, there's a new water plant going on, what's going on with the water?
Yes.
The Reg 85 broken record was imposed on us. And, when I look at your dates here, at some of these dates are later in the year, where I think you're getting more this year, could be different next year. Some of them are earlier in the year, where a person in the office could imagine that you were gonna go forward and start construction in September.
To my defense, it takes like 2.5 months to do financing, getting the financing, the appraisal, going through their whole financing. And the 4 that I'd like to present are retirees that are coming here to live here full time. And then, you know, this isn't the only entity that people are getting hit with. Property taxes. La Plata Electric has quit giving back the $1,500 credit towards upgrading transformers. And
I need to know the basis of your complaint.
I would like to represent that I'm in construction contract with a bank and they cannot get any more money. And these are retirees that are set incomes.
Right, I got that.
Okay.
I'm not, but your point is that you called the office. The person at the office gave you a quote, which was an
And that's
accurate
what I
quote
based
at the
my
time,
quote. Mhm.
but did not give you a projection of what the landscape of the fees would be. In some
You guys didn't
cases,
know, I
well, I'm gonna make the case that, you know, until you get towards the very end of the year,
It was December when Marlo started saying that there could be price increase, but to no avail could I imagine it was gonna be 15 grand.
well, nobody could.
And then I'm totally sympathetic because we could be like, one thing you guys didn't mention that you guys mentioned at the last meeting is that you could be up against the fact of the district being taken over and nobody gets any more sewer connections until this is corrected. We could be like Phoenix and no more water. If no more building permits would be issued because they've not taken care of their source of water. So I totally understand your situation, but what I'm asking you for is to understand my situation. We build year round, and I would have been willing to put these in, and there's some good years that you can go all the way to November 15th and put these taps in. I actually slipped one in that somebody else had canceled, a water tap, and they aren't gonna be forced with the increases because someone canceled, because I did ask for a couple of them to be connected, to go ahead and get them connected even before. And had I known that was gonna happen, I would have fronted the money myself for the people to make their tap, knowing that they were in financing, in appraisal, and got them ahead of the game so that they could be assured. And again, I'm dealing with not people that are rich. This is not gonna mean anything to them at all. The people that are retirees that I'm representing, and then I have this one in particular that I just wanna do as an example, is the Davies. I have to do a road cut and go across the street, and the sewer was set at almost 6 feet. So we don't have to do an E1, but we have an $8,000 lift station that I had to spring on them. I have in my contract, I gave them a $5,000 discount because I was just blown away that we didn't know it until we met out on the site. I don't know if it was you, Justin, or whoever came and met with Teagan, our general contractor, my son, and said, oh, we're not gonna make it. We're not gonna make it to fall. Even if you built up 5 courses of concrete, we would never make it under the road and then into where the sewer pit was. So this in particular, I did my part of trying with this client to bring their costs down. I contributed $5,000 and their quote. So, you know, in the paper, it said it was like $5,000 for water and $1,000. Some of my water and sanitation quotes I got were $9,000.
yeah, that would have probably included the connection.
It was the connection fee.
Yeah.
Yeah, so it's $9,000, yeah.
And then
So it wasn't just 5 and 1, so I quoted those people those costs. And again, it wasn't until, I was back, and these people are backed against the wall, they're in a construction loan. And I did not put enough contingency into their loan to give them. And I want to pull one of them out because I do feel they can't afford it. And it's just water only. And they are building in a very nice subdivision. And if they could afford a lot at that cost. So I'm trying to be reasonable, but I don't want to mention their name because I don't want that public knowledge. I want to withdraw one of them, which I will take it out and show it to you. Which one I want to pull out of the 5. I'd like 4 of them to be included at the old rates, and they were quoted at 90, 92, 95 for water and
what
sewer.
I'm telling you is that that's not inaccurate or even a bad practice by the person who gave you that quote.
No, I'm not criticizing them.
There's no way. All she can tell you is what the price is today. as recently as a month ago, we had 50
I'm not
people
going
in
to
this
give you
room
one.
telling us, put them off for a year. We could have decided to put them off for a year.
Lynn, I don't want to interrupt you.
Well, we said, had Emily saying, well, please put it off a year, I'll find you grants.
No, I'm not asking for that. I'm asking for that I was given a bid in writing. I considered it a bid. I also throw in a little contingency for a couple of them. So that was my mistake. Now I know that after 30 years of dealing with you guys. I will not use that as, I don't even know what to say to the banker. The banker won't know what to say to me. In particular, these people are the ones that are getting hit with the 8,000 lift station to get it up across the street, plus the $3,500 road board, plus us putting in the secondary. They're gonna have to come up with $15,000 more, and they're in a loan. So, and they're getting ready, they're just winding it up, they're retiring, and they're coming here. None of these people that I'm presenting are STRs. They are retirees that are coming up here to live full time.
What kind of assurances do we have that this isn't a second home for them?
Well, I know that they're all retiring and coming up here. Two of them have to work 2 more years, so they'll be coming up part-time, but their intention is to be, but the baby, I don't want to say what the people's names are, but 2 of them have to wait 2 years and then they're retiring up here. One is from New Mexico, and the one I'm particularly worried about, they're coming up next June. The house, as soon as the house.
Just so you know, everything you gave to staff was in our board packet, so we've seen it all and have had it.
So, and I have the rest of the contract, you know, I'm trying to be fair, that's why I'm pulling the one out, but he's got a lot of fluff. If he can afford the fluff, he's younger too, he's not retiring. Yet, and I'm not gonna mention his name, for everyone to hear, you guys have the package. And he was a higher contract. And I would like to pull that one out of the mix, but I really would like to fight for these other 4 people. Because they're in the construction loan, and I've even gone to Penny D. Clark, who is the banker, and she about flipped out. Because I've never, in all the years that I've dealt with the bank, had to come back and ask for more money. And that's why we're one of the preferred builders at the Bank of Colorado. And they don't make us put in 20% more on top of the contract to get the loan. And Director Smith, you came here to retire, and I put you a contract. And if I come back to you at 15 grand, and you're making your retirement plans, it's a lot of money. I mean, I don't think you live among the rich and famous. And again, that's who we build for. And our profit is, listen, in 30 years of being in this community, we build affordable, but we are not the richest contractor in town. And by God, we've not gone bankrupt, but there's a couple of times that I darn near wondered if we were gonna make it or not in this community. By the grace of God, we've held our business together for 30 years. And yes, there'll be someone else I am quoting to this day, the day Marlo told me in December, and that I got wind of it, that on your December 15th board meeting, what the fees were really gonna be. I'm honest with people who come to me and want an offsite cost, and I said, well, get ready for this. This is what you're gonna have to pay. And yes, I'm seeing people pull back, but that is their business, but I'm honest with them. Your realtors don't really divulge that to people, what their offsites are gonna be. And you have to have offsites to build a house.
But you know, every person who's going to build a house next year is probably, or a high percentage of them have already engaged builders. They've been on waiting lists, they've signed contracts.
I have future ones I'm already charging
They
24,
They call the office, so
No, I have 4 more contracts that are gonna pay that amount.
I didn't deal too much, I don't think.
I'm sorry,
So we're gonna get forward, and again, it's easy to confuse these markets with the home purchase market. This is the new home construction market, which is a different animal entirely. And a lot of these folks are then gonna say, well, I also got a quote which says you know, the 23.
But did
cars.
they have a signed contract and did the people go into financing?
Business, we can't.
Okay, or went into contract with a bank,
Yeah,
and got funding,
I think if you're gonna be.
not speculative.
We would have to be discounting 40 or 50 or 60 fees if we say, if you incorporated an accurate quote that was given to you last year that didn't accurately forecast, the next year's quote will honor the 2023. We'd lose $1 million and we just have to throw that $1 million on the next folks that, you know, the
And it
2025.
wasn't that cheap of a quote to begin with, $9,500 for water and sewer connection. It wasn't like what you say in the paper, that it was like 5 and 1. People got quoted 95, 93. And again, I understand what you're saying, and I'm not booked out 2 years in advance. I don't make my living on one home, and I don't live at someone's home and make a profit and build it for a year. We do affordable housing, and we do 5 to 6 to 7 houses at a time, so we can keep the rates down of that person's per square foot price. So
Now,
that's all I
Aaron
can
told
say.
me a month ago that we had 30 people lined up already.
It's about 20 to 25.
Yeah, 20 to
That
25.
are on,
They're ready to
Marlon's
make
list
something with you.
for, yeah.
And I'm prepared tonight to pay, and I just wanted to, and that's what I think I put in your packet, that I'm prepared to pay the fees, and I'll have to do whatever, you know, you're gonna make the decision that you make. I'm just coming and trying to represent my homeowners that are in construction loans. And they're retirees, that's all I can say. I'm just gonna make that case for them.
Oh, you're doing a great
And I'm
job.
gonna pull that one out that I think that he can afford. So, he can take the
I didn't
4,000.
understand what you meant with the 2025.
Oh, I'm sorry, there's 20 to 25 folks who have given Marlo their contact information in anticipation of getting connection paperwork for 2024.
And I knew this was coming, so I didn't, I mean, I'd be on that list too. I mean, I
You
want
might
to go
be,
on that list because
yeah.
I have other people that I have quoted the higher price to. Marlo's even made another quote just recently, and I'm making a sale on that quote. So, you know, and then it makes me really insecure about doing a quote in the future. What do I do if, you know, Marlo's not right of what's being projected? Because I do have one quote and I am making a sale right now.
Well, I mean, now we have a lot of confidence that this oxidation trench is going to work. And the CDPHE is gonna say, good, you're Reg 85 compliant. But you could be in here, or another builder could be in here in March, April, in the summertime and ask for a quote. And Marlo could say it's $15,600, oh, and there's also this affordable housing surcharge. But let me say, and she could be off by 15,000 because.
So I would
it
suggest
doesn't
to you
work.
legally that you probably should do a disclaimer on any quote that Marlo gives us out in the public.
No,
There
because you
should
can
be
tell you
something.
what the quote is right now, that's like.
Yes,
that's
no,
what-
she was, actually, she did, you know, because of our season of getting cut off, and it's our Archuleta County Road and Bridge is who shuts us off and shuts us down. Because we could have gone all the way up to 11:15 of doing connections. And there was a problem within your own company that you did not have enough help, that even if we'd gotten on the list, that there was no room. We had to wait for a cancellation on the one water one that we did. And you guys didn't have enough help. We would have booked, I would have taken action on a couple of, like I said, I would have jumped forward, paid their connection fees, got it hooked up. And I was one of those people that in 2007, however many years ago, I hooked up to water and sewer on Arrowhead Drive and paid 5 years until it was developable and
I have
paid
to ask-
water and sewer on
I
it.
have to ask the same question, November. A hurricane hits Florida, OSB quadruples.
I do have it in my contract. I would have to, I do have in my contract that if a public entity raises it, that I'm covered, and I am covered. I'm not doing it for me. I'm here representing my clients and the bank.
What did you, I mean, it's about this time when COVID really hit. And then
Oh, I had to eat it on the material.
Did you on the-
Oh, hell yes.
Okay.
I'm sorry to curse, but,
That's right.
oh, yeah. And then we had to do a building escalation clause into it. And now that's all gone because it's all gone away.
Right.
But yes, in my contract, any public body that dictates another figure, they have to do it. These people are obligated to reimburse me. And
You're
I'm
saying you're covered, your homeowners aren't.
No, they're not, and neither is the bank. And that made, the bank very shaky too, that they can't depend on the
I would
quotes
think
that
the
I'm
bank
getting.
would want to make more interest on
Well, you know.
on a larger loan, but that's just.
I know, I deal with someone who's very nice that doesn't make them put 20% more on top of what I, bid. That's usually the general thing right now, that they got so scared during the building escalation clause. There were a lot of builders that walked away, didn't finish their contract, and let the homeowner just paying. So,
Yeah, I have to say, in this fact pattern, I'm gonna be a no. I'm sorry about it, but I really see you as just like everyone else this year, who's building this year, and it's gonna be unfairly hammered with this.
so but I have to ask, with her 25 people, are those signed contracts, or are they speculative builders? And do they have bankers? That they have a signed contract with the bank of a construction loan? That is my issue, and that's what I'm standing on.
Well, I think you're gonna, if not able, if your clients, if they can't rework it, this, you know, these houses, for the most part, when you add in land costs and development of it, are still 550, 650. I mean, the packages themselves are 400-ish, some of them, right? So. I mean,
Yeah,
you're talking
4 or
about-
5, we're right in the
so
4
the
to
mod-
7 after
the
on
increment,
site.
well, 2 of them were water, which
Yes.
water goes up and down, 3 of them was sewer, and the sewer difference, while substantial for that level of house, you're talking about a 2 or 3% contingency. So,
And except for that one house, and I'm telling you, the sewer was
So
not
if-
put in properly across the road.
well, I just said, listen, I'm.
Okay, and I can
I'm-
accept your no.
I'm a no, and I'm sorry, but, like, I'm sorry about imposing
And
all
so-
of these fees.
And again, if we had more notice that and you said it was in the paper, and I have to debate with you just one more minute, and I know you guys are tired, I'm tired too. But you said I followed the articles in the paper, but there was nowhere a mention of the magnitude of this increase. I thought, oh, they're just going up, you know, we'll deal with it. And actually, when I knew I couldn't get my connections last year, I thought, well, we'll just do it next year, no big problem. And then I started following, I do read the paper and I do follow things and I am involved in our community. But there was no, the freight trains coming down the track thing. Where I wouldn't be embarrassed telling my homeowners saying, oh my God.
We had talked about this sewer deal.
Yeah, but they,
It's gonna be our worst thing coming down the road, and it was. It wasn't the water.
the can got kicked and you
For
guys
3
are the
years.
ones that, I know.
Yeah.
I 30 years I watched boards work and I watched what's happened and it's not your, I've been defending you guys since the last meeting of that there is no alternative. Your backs are against the wall. This is not a maybe, it's not waiting like in the last meeting, getting grants. Your backs are absolutely up against the wall, or you'll end up like Phoenix and you will not be issuing any more sewer permit connections into storing. And it's happened, it's real. People should.
Well, it's worse
see
than
that.
that here though, because this is, you know, we would be facing a state takeover of the system
That's
because
what you.
our present processes
I know.
have been deemed by.
And that's what I told people.
By 85, so it's not like they could even handle it, let's say, a moratorium on new tax,
No.
which would be bad enough. They're just,
That still doesn't solve the problem.
no,
No, I
they do,
understand.
they honestly, and I'm not gonna speak of Reg 85, it might be doing wonderful things in application other places. Here, nobody will give us a rationale for why we were selected almost alone. But what they will tell us is, well, the appeal process ended in 2013. That's it, and they won't even take a word beyond that, so.
And you've been involved long enough that the foresight was even not, you know, of what was gonna happen or.
Well, we thought that, like,
Yeah,
common sense and alternate compliance, if we said, listen, we could spend $3 million, instead of spending, at that time, it was $22 million. We could spend $3 million and actually give the people who have grandfathered in open sewage pipes dumping in just Old Town, we could give them modern, private septic systems. I mean, we offered all sorts of stuff that would actually benefit the environment 1,000-fold more than this. And all we got was nothing, or the appeal process ended in 2013. That's all we could get.
So, so can I revise my appeal?
For
It's
these,
just
yeah, I have to say on the no,
Okay.
on the no.
Or, for Mr. Hanson also, let's not forget you. I hope you had a good time in Hawaii. I bet you wish you were there now. Is, again, the lending factor and the ones that are wastewater connected and that are definitely moving here as retirement and are on a fixed income.
I'm a no, I can't go along because we just can't do it, in my opinion, because if we did it for you, somebody else is gonna show up and then they'll, we can't set a precedent for that. I
But
feel
if they had a
sorry for-
signed contract and were with the bank, you
But
could
if-
do it?
No, but if you had took down a payment, to a payment on this, it might be different.
They wouldn't accept any payments last year. No, they did not take, they will not, and that's been your practices for years.
Well, towards the end.
After we're
Sure, yeah,
shut, no,
yeah.
after you're shut down, they tell you to wait because we always know that you're gonna make a decision in January to raise your prices.
And
So no, we don't. I would have brought the money, in. Yeah, definitely. But no, you won't accept money after that. After shut off, road and bridge shut off time.
Well, you would have still had the option to pay it before the shut off.
No, you don't.
If
Once
you
you're-
don't get connected,
No,
you get
yeah.
refunded.
No,
No.
you can't.
Because we can't carry the money over.
So I've made my arguments. I know you guys are all tired and your vote will be what your vote is and
Well,
all
you're
I can
tired
do.
too, and you're a great advocate for your clients, so
You are.
it's our job to. do
Well, yeah, when she built our house, we wasn't gonna build it, and it was in that crunch, and they gave us some big discounts, and we couldn't afford not to do it, so.
Yeah, no, I mean,
And had I known that some crunches were coming up, and there are years that we played, let's make a deal.
Yeah, you
So,
did, thank you.
I don't wanna take your time or make you guys even more tired than what you are. So, any motion?
We have a motion to accept what she's wanting to do.
And only 3 of them out of the 5 that I presented, not the water ones, just the 3 retirees that have got
Do
construction
we have a
loans.
motion? Do we have a motion? Do we have a motion? No motion?
Thank you.
Okay.
I will be able to tell them I tried.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good.
Thank you for staying to the end of the meeting. We could have, I know it's, you wanted to have input on other agenda items, but we could have moved it up. The 10th, you're here for the. And 13th. Yeah.
Okay, consideration request for 2023 connection fees for San Juan homes.
I'll save everybody time. There's no point in that.
Thank you. Okay, 13, consideration of memorandum
Yeah.
of exploration into the future
Well, I
operation.
have compassion for them.
Maintenance of wastewater system in the Pagosa Spring area. All right. You're on.
So I think you guys have copies of the MOU.
Yeah.
Again, this is just like we're investigating future wastewater treatment plant, that may benefit relatively one from many public. So it's, we're just, again, it's really not needed. It's just the steps that we're doing to try to ensure we make a wise decision moving forward.
So this is your prenup agreement.
Right.
I would move to accept the MOU.
All right, is there any?
I'll second for discussion.
Okay, it's been made, motion made and seconded. Now we're open for discussion.
Paul, you got anything?
No,
Anybody else have anything?
Well, I'd be interested in having a board member on each working group. The last, nobody was involved in it, but the last IGA, last couple of IGAs have really suffered from a lack of transparency. And, I know this is the very beginnings, but I think we should have at least one board member. I don't know anybody better qualified than Jean. And there are a number of very qualified people at the town, but that could be the town's decision whether they want to stay. But I would, and if Jean is willing, I would like to see a board member from the start in the working group.
I'll modify my motion.
Okay.
If I can get a second.
Sure.
To ask the town to put a board member from each organization on the working group.
Okay, second?
I second.
Okay, any more discussion? All right, all in favor, say aye.
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 Motion carries unanimous. Thank you.
Thank you all. Appreciate it.
Good night.
We're leaving.
And we're, I think, in general, very open to all of the town's concerns as regards this.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
I think it's, having worked in communities where we've had to amalgamate operations, just from a cost efficiency, from a environmental perspective, this is to me is a no-brainer. So I'm excited to be working forward with you all together and see what we come up with. So appreciate it.
Thanks for staying.
It's my pleasure. Y'all take care.
Okay, managers talking points. Who's on first?
I can start out with, on the same issue, the RFQ for the feasibility study is when the high ground is out.
Okay.
It closes. We have a mandatory pre-bid meeting on April 10th and it closes on May 8th.
Okay. This is which one again?
For the feasibility study to turn the pipe around.
Oh.
There's no real question that it's doable, but it's
what's it gonna take?
What it's gonna take, right?
You just don't pull the lever, huh?
No,
There's no lever.
there's no budget for the lever.
Water loss is up significantly. I didn't bring the paper, but it's up to about 400 and some GPM. There must be a leak someplace, but we can't find a trend. Right now, it's hard to find a leak. It's been that way for 2 months now. I kind of wanted to see if it went away, and it didn't.
We did have an incident of potential water theft though, but I don't.
Yeah, but
think
not
it'd be
that much.
Yeah,
Yeah, well,
they would be, but they were using like 20 to 40,000 gallons per month at one point. And then they stopped and then we discovered that they were actually bypassing the meter.
Was this for a marijuana growing plant?
No, not this time.
For housing development.
Wow, so what are we gonna file for? How much are we gonna file?
The rules and regs provide for an opportunity to cure. So they've been noticed of that. They have a backflow prevention violation that also has an opportunity to cure, but they have been, we have imposed a $500, meter tampering fee, because what did they do? They drilled the.
Yeah, they went to a check valve and drilled a water cap into it. Opposed to it. It's for a housing. Construction, a little development that's owned by Walmart. I think it's worthwhile.
So $500 for right now. So if they don't cure those two other violations by, I believe it's next Tuesday, they have 10 days, then we will impose other fees. But we haven't really discussed pressing charges.
Up until we even press criminal charges.
Okay. We can.
And can you go back and charge them for the water that they've used?
Well, you can't really tell how much water they've used because they didn't what meter.
Okay.
Don't be too generous.
Yeah.
Well, you could make it.
The interesting thing was they had 20 EU, so they could use up to 20,000 gallons a day they got charged for anyway.
Yeah.
So they stole all this water and they probably really didn't steal any water. They didn't understand what they were doing. So not only were they not the most honest people in the world, they weren't the most brightest either. I mean, they may have stole a couple thousand gallons of.
Yeah, because they are paying for 20 years.
They're paying for 20 or 40,000 gallons a month anyway.
Well,
I mean, you're,
things that have to go legally through the meter.
Right.
I don't think you get credit for stuff you steal.
but they're charged for it anyway. That's the funny thing, that they didn't really save themselves money by going about this.
Wow.
Not that that's
I know.
given the pass, it's still irritating, it's frustrating that they did that, but it's, they didn't think there's, if you're gonna steal something, yeah, steal something with value, in my opinion.
Based on past experience, are there any, open spots? Well, no, the lakes are all open now, so that's immaterial, but
Any.
that's how we found the leak
Yeah.
35 years ago, down in an airplane, and Lake Pagosa had a great big open spot in it where there shouldn't have been one, and that was the leak.
Oh, because of the
Wow.
ice, you talking about where ice was?
The county actually plowed off a blow off,
Um,
and it underground, it just let loose and went under the snow and into the lake, and
We did have one.
We think we got Lake Pagosa that had been leaking there for who knows how long.
It was one of those pre-installs, Gene, and the cap had come off. It had a gigantic field of, willows and we created a whole new wetlands.
But anyway, we do believe that there's leaks someplace, and we're looking, but we didn't see anything in tank trends, so it's kind of hard to find it, and this is a bad time of year to find.
Okay,
We'll give you until May or June.
Yeah, thank you. June should work. And it's right, maybe it may be April, we might go start. See, somebody's gonna find, what am I missing?
Cattails, some suspicious cattails in June after this winter, we'll probably
I
find.
don't have a lot, because I had managed talking points last week, so there's
Yeah.
not a whole lot's gone on. Last week I talked about the gate closure, which it is now closed. We talked about water loss, the snowball water plant, it's going vertical, I don't know if you've been out there, it looks a lot different, where the walls are going up.
I'm trying to stay off that road.
because you don't want to pave it.
It's Snowball Road, that's right.
We
yeah,
don't
so-
want to continue to.
I think Glenn may have something to say regarding his meeting, you wanna talk about?
Well, I would just say that, went to the meeting in San Juan with Steve Wolf, and it was really very worthwhile. And I did ask him if we could also arrange a meeting. I think that would be very worthwhile if we could block out some time. And he has the time to come over, because I think one of the projects particularly, I mean, he did emphasize how the more efficient and effective use of existing infrastructure is a big emphasis. And conservation is a big emphasis. One, I thought if he comes over, we can give him a tour of what we're going to do with your bigger project between Stevens and Hatcher, and see what grant money is available for that. And then second, on the conservation front, I'm wondering if we need, we had this alternate day watering, which kind of has this quasi sort of semi status, but it never got followed up on. Maybe we put that to later in the year. But do we want to start making some solid conservation choices, like no daytime irrigation? Like just stupid stuff? I mean, why should anybody be using their sprinklers between 10 o'clock in the morning and 5 in the evening, where you can literally see that 2/3 of the water doesn't land on the grass? So are we interested in? Common sense
stuff, we do.
I like that in a resolution, it just says don't do stupid stuff.
So those are just my two.
Yeah, my guess is we're gonna go into at least voluntary, if not level 1, drought stages, just simply due to the day that we're gonna run out of snow. I mean, the new drought management plan, it's based on when we run out of snow on the mountain and or when we get a call on 4 Mile. And I think both of those things are gonna happen fairly early this year, because there's just not a lot of snowpack.
Yeah, and to be honest, we might not mind this year, because we really don't want 200 inches of snow and then rain.
No, the silver lining of this is we're not gonna have
I&I, yeah.
Our I&I, speaking of that, our I&I is up a little bit now, it's just been warm. So typically, we're seeing 1 million gallons a day, 1.2 million gallons a day, we're seeing 1.6. So I&I is up a little bit, but it's that's extremely manageable.
Right. Because where are our reservoirs right now?
They're full.
Right, so our reservoirs are full, so, yeah, I mean, the last thing we want is an INI violation this year, is that it would be.
Yeah.
You know, if we have 18 inches of snow water, that's probably fine, we don't need 26 inches of snow water this year.
We would like to have more snow up top.
Right, yeah. But. All right, any INI updates with, more particularly Aspen Village?
We are putting together a plan and working with them on that plan based on fixing separations and sealing manholes.
Aspen Village meaning?
No, it's, so the majority of our INI problems we had last year was just upstream of lift station 3. That's where we had sewage spills, and they couldn't keep up. And so we pretty much said we're not gonna allow big development to tie in anywhere upstream from that, because the pipe already can't handle it.
Oh, it should be able to handle it.
It should.
Yeah.
It should be able to handle it, but it can't. So, if you run the model, there's no problem at all, but anecdotally, we know it doesn't, because there's still sewage out on the ground and into people's houses. So the developers, we came up with a plan that says if a development's gonna go in, every EU, they have to fix so much INI. It's kind of a new requirement on them, but that's the only way I can really justify. If we have sewage, if sewage goes into somebody's house, it's not necessarily our fault unless we were negligent. But I think if we know sewage is going into that house and I allow 50 homes to tie in upstream, that's probably gonna be negligent.
When you say Aspen Village, you're talking the Walmart area.
Well, that's only because this happened over at Lakeside, but Aspenville, Walmart ties to that area. There's a lot of development going on over there. So they will contribute to that flow, although it's a long ways away.
So I talked with James about that, but actually he wanted to talk with me about it because I was talking with him about housing. And he thought that the problem was the lift station.
The lift station is over there too, but
There was a problem with the lift station. He thought, oh, you guys should fix that lift station.
The problem is there's too much INI.
Yeah.
The lift station can't keep up because of the INI.
Right.
Yeah.
And
Yeah, we can put bigger lumps in the lift station, but that doesn't solve the INI
I
problem.
said to James, you guys have a lot of money in your savings account. Do you want to kick in on this? So if you hear from James, it was me suggesting that.
Yeah, I haven't heard from you.
The town has money to kick in.
Okay.
Well, again, and what's critical is that this is the site of the Lightning project.
He's very concerned that that's gonna get canceled.
Yeah, as he should be.
Yeah, because if that doesn't happen and, Hickory Ridge decides to go for a 15-year workout, we've lost 90. That's really workforce housing investment. I don't want to offend anyone, but 60% AMI is a lot of the workforce. So.
But if the developments go forward and they'll go forward with the plan that we're projecting, it's gonna help our INI substantially, I think.
Did you catch up with what Mike Church about?
Yeah, we would look, we didn't see any problems that he.
Okay, yeah.
So the town is right next to the LIHTC project, and they've got 20 taps, but they were talking at one point about 90 units on those 3 acres. And so they should chip in.
Anybody who wants to tie in will chip in.
Okay.
That's how we're setting it up. You can fix so many issues, and we know issues because we're videoing and we're inspecting, and we know we have issues, and we know where a lot of those issues are. And so like I said, if all the developments that want to tie in do what we have planned, it should make a big jump in helping our INI.
Okay. And do you believe a lot of the INI is in, village, what's it called?
No.
Outside.
Yeah, outside. Yeah, that stuff probably okay. That's a lot newer.
Well, it's definitely newer, but yeah.
I don't know.
Construction practices can still be.
But we have really, we got 186 sewer separations. I don't have any root intrusions.
Caps off of clean outs.
It's just, the quality of installation in this district could be a college course.
Easily.
And don't do it this way.
Easily.
Okay,
And in the MOU with the town, you know, let's state specifically, we're gonna put what, $2 million this year?
Okay, but this is in the town. That's in Village.
No,
Aspen Village is in the town.
Yeah.
That's our sewer system.
Right, it's our sewer system. I know it's our sewer system, but, you know, I mean, the town is very talented with Villa, and I'm just wondering if it's, you know, in support of saving a LIHTC project, if we can't get some grant funding to remediate the issue.
Well, hopefully the LIHTC, because LIHTC people are very interested in what's going on. You think
So
that approach is
does
helpful?
Aspen Village pay the town? Or do they pay us directly?
For the sewer?
For the
They
sewer?
pay us directly.
They pay us, okay. Because it's not going to the pumping station.
No, it winds its way around and goes through lift station 3.
And that's what's confusing to a lot of people. It's in the town boundaries, but pause for water and sewer.
But yeah, not in the PSSGID.
Right.
What's that?
It's not in the PSSGID.
Correct, yeah.
But it's still a town municipal interest to promote affordable housing.
Yeah, they should definitely, which is actually a pretty good segue. I had a meeting with Patrick Rondinelli at DOLA this week. I don't know, it's all running together right now. But, and it went very well. The Vista, was to discuss the plan for the next year of grants and how that's gonna schedule out over the different cycles. So, the way that the timing works, I'm gonna ask for a 50% match for, the RPR, which is the engineer. It's basically a Justin, who would be the RPR on Vista Upgrades project. And I will write that grant in the next 2 weeks and submit that by April 1st, with hopefully getting an award around, June-ish. And then should be executed by September, so we should be able to start, on that project and be reimbursed for it. Then we're also gonna go out for another grant for the CMAR to pay for, half of the CMAR on that project as well, and gonna go back to DOLA for that. And that's.
Pre-construction CMAR.
Mhm. And that's for, that will be in August. With that award being, and hopefully executed by the end of the year, but we'll see. But that's all, the timing should work out. And then for the first cycle, because they do anticipate another $30 million cycle at the beginning of 2025, that we will go out for, if I can get $1 million and they can earmark it as federal, then we can accept it. We cannot accept anything more than 10% of the sewer enterprise fund's annual revenue. So that limits us to like 3 to 4,
1,000?
Yeah, yes. Sorry, I'm so tired. 300,000 to 400,000 in grants that we can receive. So, yeah, that's the grant plan. But so on that note, if the town wants to go, so I will be tapped out on grants for 2024. But if they want to go out and get some grant funding for the LIHTC project,
Right,
they would probably be pretty successful.
right, and then we could also offer a match of some basic maintenance we want to do there anyway, and then maybe we can get.
I love that.
Yeah. And then my last thing is,
So who's gonna follow through on that idea?
do you want me to just shoot James an email?
You want to?
Yeah, I'll do that.
Okay.
I'll let him know that we're tapped out on grants for 2024 and probably 2025, but that he should look into that, because Patrick was very encouraging. And the August cycle, anyway, I'll let James know. The August cycle should be less competitive than this go round.
Okay.
I also need to ask you guys to please, change your April meeting to April 18th. It's currently scheduled for the 11th. We need it to be at least the 18th or later to accomplish.
What day of the week is that?
It's a Thursday. It's a third Thursday.
I'll be in Phoenix.
Okay.
Can you Zoom? Can you Zoom in?
Possibly. I'll have to ask.
Paul? Paul, where will you be on April
I'll be,
18th?
I'll be back by then.
Okay. So is
That'd be all right.
is that okay? Okay, thank you. I'll get everything noticed and we'll move forward on that.
Okay, I've got a situation we gotta make a decision on. We, probably a year ago, authorized Justin to start building or getting ready to make plans, put some pads across the highway, Dry Gulch, for our workforce. Well, we're spending so much money, we may have to tell them the whole lot. For what we did
Well,
tonight.
I also think this is a whole different subject, is that we're going to have to come to some big picture agreement with San Juan.
Right, that's the other thing.
About, what areas where they can have principal, we can devote their energies and their time on property we're paying 100% cost of.
Right.
And whether there is non-reservoir land that we can use for our purposes, and
Right.
also to pay off the mortgage. Now, they may decide that they have a very restrictive view of what can be done with a non-reservoir land.
Right.
Which will then present the school with a whole different question. So we probably shouldn't go forward with anything like that.
Right.
Yeah, nothing's going on right now.
Right.
It's a
So,
mess out there, so that's not a problem. It is something that should be discussed, and it probably should be discussed with the subcommittee with San Juan.
yeah, right.
Should probably
Yeah,
go there.
I mean, basically do nothing out there until we can come to some
Right.
macro level understanding that. And that's my position, is we're paying 100% of the cost. We're giving you the running room to look for partners for a very large reservoir, but doesn't use these pieces. And we can use these for our own needs and also pay off the mortgage.
Right.
But if that's not acceptable, and they can say that's not acceptable because they're on deed.
Right.
Then we just have to look at the whole project
themselves.
If that's what the board, I'm not the sale advocate, but if we can't come to a macro, that kind of working understanding, then that's where the board's gonna go, and I won't complain. So that's all. So, but the short answer is don't do anything out there, and plus.
You can't right now.
Plus, we need that money in the surcharge for all of these all these projects, and we may we might wind up, since we have this discretion and we've been told that there is a lottery system. But, we do have a lot of employees that will fit in that 80-90% AMI band. And we may get some employee housing right over here too, we can get, we're by far the biggest contributor. I know
We talked about that during the break, and I hope that's something that we can negotiate.
I know maybe I was being obnoxious, I was hoping to be cooperative, but it's $7 million of infrastructure made the whole thing possible. $25,000 to $26,000 per home, and other people are presenting 3,000. Nothing. So.
Well, that's why I liked it. I think it was your idea to add request, whatever, some PAWS employees to be on the,
Well, I think that we should get some preference to treat with our employees. That's what I would hope we can negotiate.
Probably be able to do that through like an agreement with. A separate agreement with them.
I mean, we have to conform to some grants and some, but,
Well, Well, our employees would still have to meet the AMI requirement.
Right.
And so I don't think that, but I just think it'd be better. It just seems reasonable that we could get some type of preferential treatment. Because she said there's gonna be 161 people going after these 10 homes.
Right.
So, you're 1 in 60, 1 in 10, but 10 and 161, you have 16% chance of it. I can't do math right now. But anyway, I just think that we should get, if the amount of money that causes has and is, just think it's reasonable that we get some type of.
Well, and if you want to run the numbers on how much it actually contributes in terms of lots.
Right.
It's staggering, and, I'm just sitting on the board, but the actual people that work here are essential employees, and they didn't get to work from home during COVID. They had to come in, work in the water plants and the wastewater plants. You can't work from home and repair a major water leak at 2:00 in the morning when it's 50 degrees below zero. So I'm a little hypocritical here, and that I'm representing two people. Well, I'm just saying, I don't want it to be just a government program. I think all of our employees, but as a board member, I do have to look out for our employees.
Yeah.
And, any other district that wants to kick in $7 million and structure $26,000 for you is welcome to say, hey, we should be ahead of a lot of children.
Yeah, I agree.
When did you say the RFP is going out on pipeline?
It went out,
Or when's it due back in?
May, when it closes.
And when do you anticipate we'd have a final report from them on?
End of the year. End of the year.
Thanks for volunteering. That's gonna be.
Yeah.
A lot of, given your pension, to get into the details, there's a lot of details there.
Yeah, one of the things one of the first things I want to do with this group is put meetings on it every other month. I don't think we need that.
No. Yeah, we cancel that April 2nd one. Are you around in May? Ish?
Except for a birthday, not mine. Yes.
Okay.
And grandkids.
Well, we'll touch base.
We have to get a boatload of information from the town. Well, no, when this became a joint project, when the pipeline became a joint project, do we have everything that Bartlett and West did on paper already?
And electronically too.
Including the double charging, right?
So the double charging is ready.
Because there was even a fair amount of stuff done after that wasn't in anything Bartlett and West did. I just want to make sure.
I don't have any of that. But we have the layout of the pipe. The only thing we really care about is the layout of the pipe. The horizontal and vertical layout. That's what they're gonna be looking at.
And what shouldn't they be considering odor control and all that too?
Well, it shouldn't be any odor. If it's gravity. It gets odor because it sits there for a while. It shouldn't sit there.
Slide down.
Yes.
And then if we go forward, we're gonna have to study engineering wise how to make effective use of this stuff.
Yeah.
Because it's not.
Well, per Delta, I wasn't aware of this, but even if we do this, Vista has to continue to run a small amount, right?
Right.
Yeah.
Which is ludicrous, but. No,
For
which is why
an
I,
augmentation plan.
Right.
well, which is why I kind of like this idea.
Yeah.
Of course, it's not even an idea yet, it's just a thought.
I think it's good.
Well, I think we need to have all our, further.
I think I'm probably, I'd be, too supportive without a real technical background. And I think you're right, your mind isn't made up by any of those systems, yeah.
Okay, anything else?
We don't need to adjourn.
Do I?
Oh, you're interested in me.
Amen.
Favor? Aye. We're adjourned. Thank you, Paul.
Paul.
Thanks, Paul.
Thanks, everybody.